5 o'clock on the dot this Monday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And we've got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. I can tell you, I don't see a chance for rain until Thursday at the earliest. And until then, it's going to be downright summer-like again. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Tennessee, it's dry, and conditions are ripe for wildfires. There were brush fires and house fires within minutes of each other in Lawrence County over the weekend. Then in Franklin County, officials pleading with the public there to stop burning. They responded to 6 wildfires over the weekend. Here in Middle Tennessee, Nashville fire crews helped manage a brush fire on Gorley Road near the Cheatham County line. That grew to about 3 acres. Got some nervous neighbors in North Nashville. Erica Miller tells Channel 4 she was asleep early Saturday morning.
It was around 5:17 in the morning, and I heard like 20 shots. Then it just went silent.
She says police showed up about 5 minutes later. Bullets had gone into another home and actually injured an elderly woman who was in her bed. The Metro Nashville Police Department says her injuries are not life-threatening. That's a good thing. They say the shooting seemed like some sort of drive-by. Again, multiple homes had been shot. No arrests. This week in Middle Tennessee, Rutherford County Schools will discuss changes to rezoning maps after getting feedback from parents. That's tomorrow at the Board of Education's work session in Rutherford County. The board's regular meeting is Thursday. Then next week, the rezoning plan could be finalized at a specially called meeting. There's a call for action at a high school in New Jersey where students are accused of using artificial intelligence to make fake nude photos of their female classmates. Dorda Mani's daughter, Francesca, is one of at least 30 girls targeted.
What has happened, it's not okay, and we should be teaching our boys that there will be consequences.
Police investigating after at least one male student there at Westfield High School used an online AI-backed tool to make the images, then shared them with peers.
I just feel like very uncomfortable and very scared. Like a lot of other girls agree with me.
Well, the principal recently sent a letter to parents saying they believe that any created images have been deleted and are not being circulated. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Brian Clark.
Wall Street is closing out its best week in more than a year, scoring another rally Friday. The Dow closed up 222 points. The S&P added 41. The Nasdaq gained 184 points. Stocks have been surging since the Federal Reserve announced no change to its benchmark interest rate, with investors hoping the board is done with hikes. The Friday jobs report underscored easing inflation, showing employers hired fewer people in October than economists expected. The Supreme Court has agreed to take up a case on whether a ban on bump stocks violates federal law. The attachments allow semi-automatic weapons to fire like machine guns. The ban was imposed after the 2017 Las Vegas massacre. Shipping giant Maersk says it plans to eliminate 10,000 jobs due to what it calls a challenging environment for container trade and logistics services. Amazon and Meta settling separate UK antitrust investigations by agreeing to stop practices to give an unfair advantage over merchants and customers using their platforms.
All right, checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures are up 25. Looks like S&P futures up 7. NASDAQ futures up 41. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you're doing well. Man, there is so much news to talk about. It looks like both CNN and Fox News both were leading with this story about this. As they're trying to say, this is a shock poll. They're saying that this is a political earthquake. This was Dana Bash over the weekend.
This has to be like a political five-alarm fire in the White House.
A political five-alarm fire in the White House. Talking about yet another poll. I don't know why this is such a big deal, but apparently now the New York Times did a poll, and they showed that Donald Trump is leading Joe Biden in all of these various swing states if the election were to be held today. Now, I do understand that this is something we are, a year out, of course, but this is, at least to me, this is a very big deal.
This has to be like a political five-alarm fire in the White House.
So when you look at Nevada, you've got Donald Trump at 52%, Joe Biden 41%. That is a big deal. Donald Trump is at 49%, Joe Biden is at 43%. In Georgia, Arizona, Donald Trump 49 to Joe Biden's 44%. Michigan, Donald Trump 48% to Joe Biden's 43. Donald Trump is 46 to Biden's 44 in Pennsylvania. And in Wisconsin, you've got Donald Trump at 49%. Joe Biden is at 47%. So, yeah, as Dana Bash says,
this has to be like a political five-alarm fire in the White House.
But see, there's more to this story. Because just 37% of the people that they discussed, that they spoke to, say that they trusted Joe Biden with the economy, compared to 59% who said that they trusted Donald Trump with the economy. Now, everyone knows, I know that you know, that the economy is the largest issue going on right now for the vast majority of the American people. We also can discuss, the situation with Israel. And it's clear, and certainly we saw this over the weekend. We'll get into this a little bit later on. But when you look at the divide within the Republican Party over Israel and Gaza, there really is no major divide, not like on the Democrat side, not like with the Democrats. They are increasingly divided over Joe Biden's response to Israel. Now, this was interesting. There is a congresswoman, a black congressman. Her name is Jasmine Crockett. And she was on with Dana Bash over the weekend. And one thing that all of this polling shows is that Joe Biden is losing ground with black voters. And I want you to listen to this audio, because it sounds like what she's saying is that the black people that they polled who are supporting Donald Trump and not Joe Biden, they're just too stupid to understand what's going on. I want you to listen very closely. This is Jasmine Crockett.
Their feelings are dictating their reality. Their reality is that they said that they feel better, or they felt better when Trump was in office. But we've been trying to push back. We've got some very popular African-American artists that are out here saying things like, oh, I got checks when Trump was in office. I want those checks again, not understanding that that really came from Congress. Wow. So we've got a couple of things, the perception issue, and then we also have an issue as it relates to civics in this country and people not understanding exactly how any of this works.
Wow. So that sounds a little racist, actually. This Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is saying that the black people that were polled, they simply don't understand civics. What I would say is that they really do actually understand civics. They also understand the economy. There was another woman on this panel with Dana Bash. Her name is Kristen Soltis Anderson. And she was spot on with her analysis. Listen closely again. It's all about the economy.
What I see are a lot of Americans who would say, look, I think Donald Trump is not a good guy. I think he's a crook. But you know what? He was better for my pocketbook.
There you go.
And that's where Democrats really have a problem. Joe Biden's been out going around the country talking about Bidenomics, which is frankly a phrase that I think the Republicans are more likely to deploy as we get closer to November if Americans continue to feel that fuel, food, housing, et cetera, are all getting more expensive, and that they just look back on the Trump presidency and go, yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, that was unpleasant in 500 different ways, but it was better at the bank.
And to me, when you look at the policy and you look at the state of the world today and a lot of the things that have been going on, you could talk about this disastrous pullout of Afghanistan, talk about what's going on the border, talk about the economy, all of these things. It's failed policy. So I know that it's almost cliche these days to say, well, I wish, all we had to deal with was the mean tweets of Donald Trump, but it's actually true. And a lot of the chaos that people talk about regarding Donald Trump, a lot of this stuff, let's not forget, that was fueled by the Democrats and the media. Trump derangement syndrome. So again, I will repeat, just 37% of people say they trusted Joe Biden with the economy. Now, this poll was done in the last week or so. What that means is that despite all of the narrative that Joe Biden has been throwing out there and cringe Jean-Pierre has been throwing out there trying to convince the American people that the economy is actually good, they're not buying it. According to the statistics, young voters under the age of 30 are only favoring Joe Biden by a single percentage point, and men are preferring Donald Trump by double the margin than women are choosing Biden. Meanwhile, Biden's poll with Hispanic voters is down to single digits, and traditionally Democrats, who traditionally we know the black voters side with the Democrats, they are now registering 22% support for Donald Trump. Now, I think one of the reasons why Hispanic voters are down to single digits for Joe Biden is because of, one, the economy, and two, the issues on the southern border. The New York Times described the flip as a level unseen in presidential politics for a Republican in modern times, and describing the poll as showing a gradual racial realignment between the two parties. Because again, as the Daily Mail puts it, traditionally Democratic black voters are now registering 22% support for Donald Trump. The movement, they say, away from Biden shows that despite Trump's sensational indictment on criminal charges 4 times, he would win more than 300 electoral college votes. I mean, that is a very, very big deal. And I think what that shows you, as they talk about all of these, as they say, I'm going to air quote here, these Trump's sensational indictment on criminal charges 4 times, nobody cares. Literally speaking, nobody cares. Or they care and they realize that, guess what? Everybody knows that the vast majority of these charges are nothing but BS. According to the survey, voters across all income levels felt that policies under Biden had hurt them personally. 18-point disadvantage, Trump to Biden. Whereas Donald Trump's policies had helped them, that is a 17-point advantage. So there's a lot here. Biden's, by the way, senile age of 80 also playing a massive factor, according to the data. 71% of the pollsters from every demographic said that he was too old. Comparatively, just 39% saw Donald Trump, 77, as too old. Finally, voters also preferred Trump over Biden on immigration, national security, and on the current Israel-Palestine situation. 12, 12, and 11 points, respectively. So, yeah, that's a big deal. As a matter of fact, I would agree with Dana Bash when she says...
This has to be like a political 5-alarm fire in the White House.
And so it's no surprise that George Stephanopoulos really did his best to cover for the Biden administration with this interview with Steve Scalise. Audio you've got to hear to believe, and it's coming up next. It's 5:15. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. Today's sunny and highs in the mid-70s. Matter of fact, We've got sunny skies through Wednesday, possible rain on Thursday and Friday, 46 degrees now at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. So there is an interview that George Stephanopoulos over there on ABC did with Steve Scalise, of course, Republican, you know, Steve Scalise. And he is so unhinged with his Trump derangement syndrome. And he kept asking the same question, you know, over and over again. In the previous monologue, I was talking about how nobody cares about all of these indictments that are going against Donald Trump. He's been indicted many, many times. Okay, fine. Again, either nobody cares or they understand what this is, which is a political witch hunt. You know what else nobody cares about? Nobody cares about 2020.
Can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen? That's not what I asked. I say, can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen? I know that Joe Biden is president. I'm asking you a different question. Can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen?
This is a montage of George Stephanopoulos asking Steve Scalise, Republican, of course, over and over and over again if he believes that the 2020 election was stolen.
So you just refuse to say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen. And I asked you a very, very simple question. Now I've asked it, I think, the fifth time that you can't appear to answer. Can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen?
I told you there were a handful of states that didn't follow their laws.
Yes or no, was the 2020 election stolen?
What I've told you is Joe Biden's the president of the United States, and right now he's failing the country on so many fronts that matter to families.
And so through all of this, Steve Scalise keeps saying that Republicans are focused on the future and solving the problems of the American people and solving the problems of the world today and tomorrow. And Stephanopoulos just keeps going back to the same question. And again, it's a question that nobody cares about. Now, here's the thing. It is obvious that George Stephanopoulos, at least to me, and the Democrats, you know, they are in spin control right now. They're spinning. They're doing whatever they can to demonize Donald Trump, demonize Republicans, and try and protect Joe Biden. And Stephanopoulos knows exactly what he's doing. If Scalise says, yes, the election was stolen, then you know what happens, right? He gets that scarlet letter. He starts getting blasted by the media and everyone else as that election denier. And that distracts from Joe Biden's failures. If he says, no, the election was not stolen, well, then guess what happens then? He gets blasted by other people. So the more that this goes on, the more that people like the mainstream media talk about the stolen election, the more that they try to hang this on the Republicans, the more they are indeed trying to obfuscate or try to distract from Joe Biden's failures. And the bottom line is, by and large, for the mainstream media, they've got nowhere to go on this. Because, again, I just told you about everything that was going on with the swing states in the shock polling over the weekend, that, you know what, the media should be focused on that, and the media should be focused on the problems of today. For example, this was what Steve Scalise actually said in response to all of these questions about the quote-unquote stolen election.
So the president can keep talking about the past. You can. We're going to talk about the future and how to help these families who are struggling across America with high gas prices, high prices when they go to the grocery store, every other problem that they're concerned about. That's what we're focused on in this House.
Yeah, he's right. I mean, somebody please tell me where Steve Scalise is wrong. He's not. And so the more that we see the polling out there, the more that we see that there is this massive divide within the Democrat Party regarding, and that's something that we're going to talk about today, the massive divide between the Democrat Party regarding Israel and Hamas. There is, by and large, there's not much of a divide at all within the Republican Party. Republican Party is absolutely at one with Israel, as we should be. Because with Israel, we know that they are continuing to defend themselves. And that's the bottom line. By the way, some of my favorite audio of the day, Chris Christie. I don't know if you've heard this audio. I'll play it at some point. But Chris Christie decided that it would be a good idea, a great idea, to start lecturing Republicans on Donald Trump. I do have that audio for you. Probably played in the 6 o'clock hour. We've got a lot going on today, by the way. At 6:35, should the state of Tennessee give up close to $2 billion in education funds from the federal government to cut those progressive strings that come with it? We've got Speaker of the Tennessee House, Cameron Sexton. He'll be with us at 6:35. At 7:35, we're going to have some breaking news with our friends from the Tennessee Star regarding the manifesto. Congressman John Rose will be joining us as well. And by the way, coming up at 5:35, going to talk a little bit about what is going on between Nashville's Morning News and the Tennessee Star. This is something that we have been hoping for and working on for a long time, and it has finally come to fruition. Details coming up at about 5:35 or so here on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. By the way, 8:05, going to finally do this as well. Going to speak to the wife of a jailed January 6er, Sarah Maccabee. Her husband is Ronald Maccabee, a man who is in prison for, they say, the crimes that he committed on January 6th. I'm going to tweet out a video you have got to see. Going to speak to her and the incredible journey that she and her husband have been on since that fateful day. It is a story you've got to hear, and you'll only hear it right here on Nashville's Morning News coming up at 8:05. Right now, the time is 5:23, and we've got the news coming up at 5:30 with Ken Weaver. Ken, what's coming up?
Well, it is dry, and the risk of wildfires is high. Crews are busy all over Tennessee and right here in Nashville. Also, Secretary of State Antony Blinken trying to keep that Israel-Hamas war from being a full-blown world war. These stories and more at 5:30 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. Busy Bee, plumbing, heating, and cooling. Listen, it's getting very, very close to winter, and it's going to get really cold. Forget about this week because it's going to be nice and warm. But winter is coming, and that means that your home's heater needs to be working. You become a Beehive member, you ensure that you are running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. If your heater does break down, Beehive members get front-of-the-line service. So when hundreds of homes are without heat, you are going to get serviced first. Becoming a Beehive member also means that you get 3 thorough maintenance services a year, including plumbing, plus no overtime charges 24/7, 10% off of all repairs as well. For satisfaction guaranteed, call Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling at 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybehvac.com.
My name is Shannon Jefferson. I was cross-addicted, crack cocaine, and heroin. I OD'd 4 times. Well, 9 times in all, but in this instance, 4 times in 2-month period. It's not a second that goes by. It's not somebody that you call or talk to. This program really helped me to get my spiritual man back. It's like I'm a man again. They taught me how to really be a man. You can help. If anybody can help the mission out and save one, that means a big deal. Because for me, it wasn't just helping my life. It affects my whole family. They feed the homeless, they give clothing. Nothing goes to waste. Everything helps when it comes to mission. I mean, words can't describe how much I feel deeply about this mission.
5:30 on the dot this Monday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Tennessee, it is dry and the risk of wildfires is high. In Nashville, Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac says firefighters assisted with a brush fire on Gorley Road near the Cheatham County line.
Fire spread to throughout 3 acres before it was contained. Now fire crews all over Middle Tennessee are asking people not to burn anything.
Yeah, Lawrence County crews battled several brush fires over the weekend. Also a house fire that was within minutes of each other. And Franklin County authorities are pleading with people to not burn anything after crews responded to 6 brush fires over the weekend. Right now in the Middle East, Secretary of State Antony Blinken trying to keep the Israel-Hamas war from becoming a full-blown world war.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is traveling throughout the region, including a surprise visit to Iraq. The Biden administration has been pushing for a humanitarian pause in the fighting. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this weekend said there will be no ceasefire without the release of hostages. Hamas is believed to be holding some 240 hostages, including Americans.
That's Liz Landers reporting. Right now in our nation's capital, Tennessee, 4th District Congressman Scott Desjardins is co-sponsor of legislation that would block Palestinian refugees from coming to America. The bill would require the Department of Homeland Security to implement a pause on all visas, refugee status, and granting of asylum for people who hold a passport by the Palestinian Authority. An international manhunt underway to find a Massachusetts man suspected of fatally stabbing his girlfriend, whose body was found at Boston's Logan Airport.
Maggie Mbitu's family reported her missing last Monday, and on Wednesday, the 31-year-old's body was found inside her vehicle in the airport parking garage. Police have identified 40-year-old Kevin Kangathe as the suspect. They say he was seen on surveillance video and boarded a plane to Kenya shortly after the killing. Mbitu's family gathered last night to remember her as a caring nurse, beloved by all who knew her.
Maggie was a real sunshine in everybody's life.
Massachusetts police have issued an arrest warrant for Kangathe. They're now working with authorities in Kenya to find him.
That's Andrea Fujii and the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
I wanted to touch on the history of Tethered and kind of how it came about.
There was a handful of us that were already using similar equipment. At the time, however, you couldn't just go to the store and buy saddle equipment. It just didn't exist. Selfishly, we just were making gear that nobody else would make for us and that we wanted ourselves. And our goal was just to make enough to break even. Fortunately for everybody involved, it took off. It's got an appeal. People really liked it.
When you think of a saddle, that's what I think of. That's the first name that I think of when I hear about a saddle.
For me, the reason I got into it was I'm hunting public land, and most of the time I'm going pretty deep. Being lightweight and mobile was huge. I walk in with a pack and my bow. That's it. The more I did it, I was like, man, there's so many features here that are helping me improve as a hunter, where I can take different shot angles and stuff. And I'm going to tell you, I feel safe with this rope all the time.
Yeah.
From the ground up, I'm hooked in. If I fall off this thing, I'm just going to swing a little bit. And I think the learning curve is small. It's just about getting comfortable with your equipment. It's the biggest thing. And for me, it's repetition and then fine-tuning that to meet my needs. And that's the cool thing. What I like and what might meet my needs might be a little different from you. And even though we're doing the same thing, you can tweak it to meet your needs. And I really like that aspect about it.
But we've done a really good job of just innovating and creating products that don't exist. You're seeing the growth of the sport. You're seeing the innovation. And you're seeing all of these cool things that we make, and it's because we actually use it.
538 Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the Gang of Three Amigos -1. It's a sad day. Johnny B's not with us today. He decided to take the day off. We've got Mason, though, Johnny, and I should say Ken. Mason, Johnny, Mason. Hey, Ken, how are you? You back there?
I'm doing good, Brother Dan Mandis. How are you doing this morning?
I think the morning's going great so far. Good morning, Mason. So,
good morning.
I want to do a drinking game.
Sounds like you're already drunk with all that.
I was getting ready to say, Brother Dan, it looks like you've been practicing.
So, I want to do a drinking game. Like you folks have to take a shot of coffee or whatever every time I hit this microphone.
Yeah, let's get all hyped.
Did you catch how many? I think 3 or 4 times. I hit the microphone during that opening monologue. And I just fired off a really nice note to the engineering staff, willing to pay for the new microphone stands myself. Because it's been, 8-9 months now? Because they keep saying, Dan, you've got to keep the microphone lower so that, the camera can see you. Because, the 41 people watching right now on Supertalk TV.
Yeah, my mom, she's got her church group over.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You know what? Actually, to be perfectly honest, I'm surprised. 43 people now watching on Supertalk TV. Hello.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling the 5:40 in the morning.
I'm feeling the. Thank you, Mason. Yes.
That's added to about. That's great. That's probably added to about the 23 that are actually listening.
Thank you, Ken. So Justin says, "Good morning, ladies. Dan is looking extra shiny today." Thank you. But Roy is actually nice, saying, "Good morning, boys. Longtime listener, love the show."
Good morning, Roy. Yeah.
And Glenn says that he apparently just retired. He's listening from Eaton Rapids, Michigan. And he says that he splits time between here and Michigan, lives in Columbia, Tennessee part of the time. But anyway, he listens all the time. Thank you.
Cool.
Now, if I were you, Eaton, I would be sleeping in.
Not me.
No.
See, I'm going to do exactly what Eaton is doing. I'm going to be up all night, and I'm going to sleep all day. If I didn't have to work, I'd just be up all night.
Would you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love the night.
Not me, man.
I love it.
I think I do too. It's the time when nobody else is awake. You kind of are just your own person in your own space. Nobody awake to bother you. This
is the time of year because we fell back.
Absolutely.
And so this is the time of year where, you get a lot of darkness.
Yeah.
And it's really nice for us because, for those of us who go to bed at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, now evening time, it makes it feel more natural. Yeah. As opposed to in June or July when we're going to bed.
The sun's still out.
The sun is still out and you're, wishing that you had ordered those, black drapes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So anyway, there you
go.
See,
my parents have it made. They've been retired for years now.
Yeah.
They are on no set schedule. Well, my mom is because she does a lot of things with her church and her ladies group and that sort of thing. Dad's schedule is fishing and cooking. And usually when he cooks, he will do that in the middle of the night. He'll just get up.
Really?
And he'll just start frying a bunch of chicken. Or he'll have a ham, and he'll slap it in a crock pot with some beans. And
making secret grilled cheeses in the middle
absolutely.
of the night.
I experienced this the last time I went home. I woke up in the middle of the night. It was 3:15.
Yeah.
And there was just this wonderful aroma. Walk in to the living room, and I see a light coming from the kitchen, and there's Dad sitting at his computer with a big crock pot full of beans, just bubbling.
No kidding.
And then there's my mom off in a corner reading her Bible.
Aw, well, you got to love
that. And I said, what are you guys doing? Hey, son.
Spending quality time together at 3 in the morning.
Yeah, we're going to go fishing later today, brother? I said, you bet, Dad. I'm going to go to sleep first, though.
Listen, there's something about fishing in the dark. I believe that there was a song about that.
Well, we waited until the sun came up.
Oh, all right. There you go.
Because I had to sleep.
Yes.
But retirement, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be on any schedule whatsoever.
No. I'll be, people ask me all the time, how long are you going to do this whole radio thing? Until I don't have to.
Yeah.
I love you people. By the way, the super text line is open at 615-737-9986. I love all of you, even the ones that constantly point to my shiny head and how many times I knock the microphone. It's all good. By the way, Ken, isn't today the day the first weekday after, we changed the clocks, where people have more strokes, people have more traffic accidents and that kind of thing.
Goodness.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
You didn't know that?
Let me look that up. What happens?
ABC News. The shift in time has been associated with increased heart attacks, strokes, abnormal heart rhythm, sleep disruption, mood disturbances, and even suicide, they say, according to the Journal of Clinical Sleep Medicine.
Goodness. Well, see, that's why we just need to keep it standard. Just keep it standard time.
Yeah, I wish we would do that too. By the way, I don't know what you guys did this weekend. In my house, Amy had the Friends show going on literally all weekend long.
Really?
Yeah. And you know what the thing is? I had forgotten how funny that damn thing is. That stands up to the test of time today.
Oh, yes.
I have a ton of friends who crap all over that show and are like, this show is awful. People are just giving into the hype and stuff like that. And I'm like, there are some really genuinely good bits in this show. Like, it's a really good show.
Well, Mason, how old are your friends?
25, 26.
Yeah, see, they're dumb.
Yeah.
They don't know any better. It's not very nice.
I'll call them out.
Yeah, why don't you call your friends out by name? Give us their phone number. We'll call them on the air.
They're not awake at this time either.
And that's all the better reason to call them at 5:45 in the morning.
Nice wake up call.
Because if you've got to be up, then they need to as well.
Absolutely. Good morning. Your opinion is dumb.
Yeah, the younger generation. Is it that they don't understand the brilliance of Friends? I know that some of the wokeists out there don't like that there weren't any. I guess is the knock against Friends from the people on the left, that there weren't any black friends on Friends. I think that's part of the complaint from the younger generation. Although, can I just be honest? I've stopped listening to some of these knuckleheads because they find fault with everything, so I don't care.
Absolutely, yeah. I've given up on listening to anybody else's opinion on things I watch or shows I enjoy, because half of the community out in the world is just going to be like, that's the worst thing I've ever seen. You should not watch that, and here's why. And it's all all dumb reasons.
I've pretty much given up on listening to anybody's opinion on anything.
It's a nicer way to live.
I just
honestly.
don't care.
Memo to myself: never ask Ken for his opinion on anything I do. So yeah, Mason, I'm right there with you, because when I came out in favor of candy corn many years ago. I had a lot of people that came after me and talked about how I was wrong.
I had a change of heart this Halloween on the candy corn.
Oh, yeah?
I actually had a change of heart. Yeah, my son had a big old bag of the Brock's candy corn, and it was good. I have to admit, it was good.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, and it's funny. I did not have candy corn this year. Years ago, a listener gave me, it had to be like a 5-pound bag of candy corn.
Yeah. How long did that last you?
I finally finished it.
Wow.
I know. That stuff lasts forever. Like, if there was a nuclear war, cockroaches and candy corn would survive.
Absolutely.
I think that's
wild.
Now, so you're okay with candy corn,
I'm
Mason?
pro candy corn. I also grew up eating those little candy corn like pumpkins. They're shaped like pumpkins.
Oh, yeah.
That was my mom's favorite. She was like, candy corn's gross. I'm like, these taste the exact same, but
okay.
The pumpkins were what thrived in our house, but either way.
Little candy corn pumpkins, yeah.
Now, Mason, you said you're what, 24, 25, whatever?
25 years old.
So what did you go out for Halloween?
What? Say that again?
What did you go out for as Halloween? What was your costume? Because you're probably
a valet driver.
Knowing Mason, I bet you went trick-or-treating, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Door to door, all throughout Murfreesboro.
That's exactly right.
No, I was working downtown here as a valet, parking everybody's cars on Halloween.
Oh, all right.
Fun times. Yeah, I know, right?
Mason is working his ass off.
They let us dress up a little bit, though.
Yeah? Did you dress up as valets?
No, I went as a greaser from
Grease.
Yes, well that, but I was thinking for the time era, not the movie.
Oh, from like the were the greasers from what, like the 1950s, Ken?
Yeah.
60s? Is that when we had greasers?
Yeah, let me think back to whenever I was.
Ken's like, I don't know, man.
Back whenever I was banging.
Oh, by the way,
greasers were in the.
Do you know what's funny?
Tell me more.
So Ken and Mason talking about, was it love at first sight? Tell me more. Tell me more.
Thank you.
Did she put up a fight?
I don't like that line.
Yeah.
I was like, I can see where the woke people get a little touchy with that topic.
Well, this just got awkward.
I never knew. I never thought about it that way.
No, I didn't either. But you know what? Mason is from a younger generation. He's more in touch with his feelings.
I care. I cry at movies.
But you know when I stopped caring about what other people thought, in all seriousness?
When's that, Brother Dan?
When people started coming after me for wearing jorts. Like, jorts are perfectly acceptable.
They're comfortable?
Yes, they're comfortable.
Well, no, they do have little
summertime.
They've got little utility pockets, you know, where you can keep different things.
That's exactly right.
And sometimes there's an extra loop if you want to dangle your keys off of it.
That's exactly right. Now, Ken, you wear jorts, don't you?
Nope. I would, but I don't have any.
All right. So if I buy you and Johnny and Mason, maybe if I buy everyone a pair of jorts, can we have like Jorts Day on Nashville's Morning News?
No.
Jorts Friday.
Jorts Friday.
No, I'm not going to do it just to do it.
Okay. All right.
But like if some jorts just come into my atmosphere sometime and they're there, then I might put them on.
Oh, I think somebody's going to get a Christmas bonus of jorts. Anyway, hey, there's a great video that I have posted on, I tweeted it out. And it's a great video. Ken, I know that you love college football.
Football!
Now, Mason, who were the two teams that were playing? It was
Texas Southern and let me see if I can find the other one.
Ken, there's a great story. Texas Southern is one of the teams. And some drunk fan gets up and starts harassing the tuba player.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
You see this?
Yeah, and he decks him. The tuba player decks him.
He doesn't even listen to this. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
It's like he doesn't even miss a beat.
Doesn't miss a beat.
He decks the guy like 4 times.
Four straight, like right in the nose, too.
Yeah.
Like not even like glancing shots. It's dead on every hit.
How drunk do you have to be to start yelling at a random tuba player?
Well, you don't mess with a tuba player because they're usually pretty big fellas.
You know what? If you're going to mess with somebody, mess with like the flute player.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
Yeah, or maybe the director.
The director, sure. Although you don't want to mess with the drummer because he's got sticks he can hit you with.
He'll stab you.
So
See, but messing with a flute player, that's just a metal pipe there at that point.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But yeah, I mean, I love it. The tuba player, I mean, he hits this guy right in the middle of his face.
He does,
and knocks him down the bleachers.
And then just goes right back into the music.
Yeah, that's
good.
What I love about that.
It was great.
From what I understand, and again, I like watching college football. I'm not hip on everything that's going on, but has there been, I'm told, and I've read that there's been a lot of sort of violent episodes within sporting events in the last couple of months, especially. Is that what you've been seeing? Because that's what I've been reading. I don't know. I know that last year and the year before we had a lot of FJBs. We all remember that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I haven't, I don't know. I haven't noticed that, Brother Dan.
All right. Very good.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not happening. I mean, I'm it's college football. And, by the time kickoff rolls around, everybody's pretty sauced up.
All right. Now, very quickly, because I got to get this in. The Tennessee Star is joining Nashville's Morning News.
All right.
This is something that I have been, and Michael Patrick Leahy and I have been working on for a long time. And they're expanding over there, and they have been looking for a bigger stage. Welcome to WTN. So, 7:35 every single day, Michael Patrick Leahy is going to be here in studio, and we're going to be talking about a lot of, really local issues, local news, and just
politics.
TennesseeStar.com. Yeah, a lot of that kind of stuff, which is what we already do.
Right.
Here on Nashville's Morning News. But I'm really looking forward to this morning at 7:35. We have some breaking manifesto news for you folks with Michael Patrick Leahy. All of that begins at 7:35 here on Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 at WTN. Right now, Ken, it's 5:53. What's coming up in the news at 6?
Well, right now, it is dry in Tennessee. Have you noticed? And there are brush fires popping up a lot more frequently. You even have officials in one county pleading with people, please stop your outdoor burning. We'll tell you about that. Also, America's top diplomat is in the Middle East. He's trying to prevent a world war. Well, I'll tell you about that at 6 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken, very much. And right now the clock says it is 5:53. Dr. Kevin Mitchell and the Wellness Institute of Nashville, they are thankful for you. And to celebrate the month of Thanksgiving, the Wellness Institute of Nashville, for the month of November only, is taking the 2023 special to a new level. 2 new patient appointments for $23. That is the exams, the x-rays, and the treatments, both for you and a spouse, a friend, a loved one, a family member, whatever. Both of you get all of that for just $23 for 2. Appointments must be booked together, but that is an outstanding deal for you. So if you and someone in your life have back pain, neck pain, tingling, numbness, weakness, and so forth, they can help you through spinal decompression therapy at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, 615-246-5009. If you're tired of losing quality of life, they can help you. Painisbad.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-246-5009.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the things you hear me talk about frequently on my radio show that has been going for over 20 years in the Nashville market is that annuity sales are not necessarily a great thing for the end investor. Now, if you go to an investment firm, a lot of times you'll get that. The first thing that they recommend, an annuity. Banks and investment firms recommend these for one really good reason. And many times that reason isn't the best thing for you. It's commissions. It's a huge moneymaker for the investing industry. This is why I think it's so important that when you work with an investment advisor, that they not be paid on commission. It creates a huge conflict because it creates an incentive to sell you things that may not be in your best interest. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. We don't do anything on commissions. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
$5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Yes, indeed, the Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. Supertalk TV is up and running. Got a lot of folks watching this morning. Thank you very much. And you can find that on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, 997WTN.com as well. Did you hear what Chris Christie had to say over the weekend to Republicans?
Yeah.
Well, now it feels like home. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, the Republicans he was talking to, not real happy with what he had to say. I've got that audio for you straight ahead. Also, 100,000 people screaming, chanting, yelling, calling Joe Biden Genocide Joe. Details straight ahead on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Six o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now in Tennessee, we could use some rain. The risk of wildfires is high. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukavac's been reporting this morning from where Nashville firefighters assisted with a brush fire on Gorley Road near the Cheatham County line. But crews have been busy all over the state.
Lawrence County fire crews, they have also been busy. On Sunday, they responded to a brush fire along Railroad Road. And as they were working on that fire, a house about 45 minutes away caught on fire. And all those fires are now under control.
Franklin County officials actually pleading with people to stop outdoor burning. Crews in Franklin County responded to 6 brush fires this weekend. Israel-Hamas war. Matt Rivers says America's top diplomat is on a mission in the Middle East to prevent a wider conflict.
Blinken first going to Ramallah in the West Bank in an armored convoy to meet the leader of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, and then going to meet with Iraq's prime minister in Baghdad. The takeaways here, twofold. One, Blinken clearly trying to avoid a regional escalation in this war, and two, sending a message to Iran and its proxies. Do not make this situation worse. Blinken continued to press for a humanitarian pause in this conflict, a clear difference from the calls for a complete ceasefire from leaders across the Arab world.
Well, and there's this. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Sunday that there will be no ceasefire without the return of the hostages. This week in Middle Tennessee, Rutherford County schools are going to discuss changes to rezoning maps after getting feedback from parents and administrators. That's tomorrow at the Board of Education's work session. The board's regular meeting's Thursday. Then next week, the Rutherford County School Board could finalize that rezoning plan at a specially called meeting. A call for action at a high school in New Jersey where students are accused of using artificial intelligence to create fake naked photos of their female classmates. Dorda Mani's daughter, Francesca, one of the at least 30 girls targeted.
What has happened, it's not okay, and we should be teaching our boys that there will be consequences.
The principal recently sent a letter to parents saying they believe that any created images have been deleted and they're not being circulated. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
The major stock averages are coming off their best week so far this year. The Dow Jones Industrial Average went into the weekend at 34,061. That's a 5% gain from last Monday, a 222-point advance on Friday itself. The Standard & Poor's 500 on Friday added nearly 1%. The Nasdaq Composite surged 1.4% headed into the weekend. All this investor optimism is being driven in part by an expectation, or at least a hope, that interest rates are set for the rest of this year. Fed managers gather one more time before 2024 arrives. Analysts at Barclays think they'll leave rates alone at that meeting in mid-December. And Taylor Swift has outdone herself. The re-release of her album 1989 has sold more copies in its first week than the original, which came out nearly a decade ago. 1989, Taylor's version, has sold just over 1.6 million copies. That puts it on top of the Billboard 200 list.
All right, let's check futures ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 46, S&P up 10, NASDAQ up 48. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
6:08 Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here along with Ken Weaver, Mason Fleming in for Johnny B. And it's going to be a great day today. Sunny, highs in the mid-70s. Matter of fact, we've got sunny skies through Wednesday. Possible rain on Thursday and Friday. Why are hundreds of thousands of people calling President Joe Biden Genocide Joe? Well, I think it's because clearly there is a situation going on within the Democrat Party where there is a massive disagreement going on right now regarding how the president should deal with Hamas attacking Israel and Israel's response. Now, part of the news cycle today, massive anti-Israel protests outside of the White House over the weekend. You had 100,000 people plus that were out there. And of course, there's these kinds of protests going on all across the country, but they are. That's Joe's new nickname for from the left is Genocide Joe. Yeah, you can hear that, right? And as they're doing this, these 100,000 protesters outside of the White House, they're vandalizing buildings, by the way, and so forth. They're also holding signs of Benjamin Netanyahu and Joe Biden with blood on their hands. And they're spray painting walls around the White House, shaking the gates, trying to, get in, of course. And yes, big shock, they're screaming Allah Akbar. And of course, everyone is chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, a phrase which maybe you've heard of this, maybe you haven't, I don't know. But it is often interpreted to be an explicit call for the erasure of Israel and its people, because Israel is between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. So when you say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, basically what you're doing is you're erasing Israel. Now, they say what the phrase actually means. This is from Fox News. They say it refers to, quote, the full erasure of the Jewish state from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. And so when you have all of these people that are out there and they're saying, oh, no, we're pro-Palestine, but we're not for Hamas, really? Well, then why are you chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Now, the protests against Israel were also met with demands for, of course, a ceasefire. And this is going on, again, all across the country and the world. By the way, President Biden said over the weekend that he was trying to coax Israel and the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu into a ceasefire. And Netanyahu is still saying no. And it is still my contention that a ceasefire or a call for a ceasefire is anti-Semitic. Because as Mike Johnson said, the Speaker of the House, as Mike Johnson said that there was a ceasefire going on for a couple of years between Hamas and Israel, right before Hamas came in, paraglided in, and brutally murdered 1,400 people. Now, the numbers, I'm just going to tell you, the numbers are disturbing. At least 9,400 people, and this is as of last night, at least 9,400 people have been killed in Gaza and tens of thousands more injured, according to the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza. But what Hamas is not telling you is something that I keep telling you, which is the fact that they're using many, many, many people as human shields. And so that's why the death toll, if it is really 9,400 people, that's why the death toll is going up. On Sunday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken departing Jordan and is due to stop in Turkey for further discussions today on protecting civilians, humanitarian relief, and reducing regional tensions. Turkey has been critical of Israel and called for a ceasefire. Of course, we know that that is what many of these various nations are doing. Now, I thought this was interesting. Actor Jon Voight, the actor, this is a top story out there today. He is calling out, publicly rebuking his daughter, Angelina Jolie, in a video that has now gone viral. Last time I checked, it had a couple million views and shares and so forth. And so Angelina Jolie, I know that you won't be surprised, she came out anti-Israel, pro-Palestine. Actor Jon Voight publicly rebuking his daughter in this video that has gone viral, and he actually says that he's disappointed in his daughter for supporting the wrong side. This is John Voight, the actor.
Very disappointed that my daughter, like so many, has no understanding of God's honor, God's truths. This is about destroying the history of God's land, the Holy Land, the land of the Jews. This is justice for God's children of the Holy Land. Israel, the Israeli army, must protect thy soil, thy people. This is war. It's not going to be what the left thinks. It can't be civil now. Israel was attacked by inhuman terror on innocent babies, mothers, fathers, grandparents. And you fools calling Israel the problem, you should look at yourselves and ask, who am I? What am I?
What a great last line there when he says, if you support Hamas, you need to look at yourself in the mirror. And you got to decide what you stand for, especially knowing what Hamas did. So, yeah, I would, if I were John Voight and my daughter came out with the following post on Instagram like Angelina Jolie did, I would be disappointed too. This is what she said. This is the deliberate bombing of a trapped population who have nowhere to flee. Gaza has been an open-air prison for nearly 2 decades and is fast becoming a mass grave. 40% of those killed are innocent children. Whole families are being murdered. Well, okay, what about the whole families that were murdered in Israel by Hamas? She adds, while the world watches and with the active support of many governments, millions of Palestinian civilians, children, women, families are being collectively punished and dehumanized, all the while being deprived of food, medicine, and humanitarian aid against international law. By refusing, she says, to demand a humanitarian ceasefire and blocking the UN Security Council from imposing one on both parties, world leaders are complicit in these crimes, she wrote. Memo to Angelina Jolie, do you really think that Hamas is going to listen to the United Nations? No, they won't. And it was Hamas that put the people of Gaza in the incredibly sad position that they're in. And yes, they are being used as human shields. And remember that Hamas steals all the humanitarian supplies that are typically sent in. That's why we're seeing what we're seeing. So I totally understand why John Voight is frustrated with his daughter. Oh, and he had more to say. I've got more audio straight ahead. 6:15, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment, WTN Traffic Center. Sunny today, highs in the mid-70s. We have sunny skies through Wednesday, possible rain on Thursday and Friday. We do traffic 6 times an hour here on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Right now, 46 degrees, going over some of the more relevant audio from John Voight, the actor, who has been a longtime supporter of Israel, and he is openly rebuking his daughter, Angelina Jolie, who, sadly and astonishing, many Americans have come out in support of Palestine and Hamas. And so I believe that many more millions of Americans are supporting Israel, but we do have many that do support Hamas and the Palestinians. And so this is more of what John Voight had to say.
And ask God, am I learning the truths or am I being lied to and following everyone else? Because, my friends, the ones who understand truth see the lie. They see Israel has been attacked, and these animals want to wipe out Jews, Christians. They see that the Palestinians have not been neglected of finance. They've been given huge infusions of money that they didn't share with the people. They made weapons instead for their rage. The people of Israel care for people. They love, they cherish, something these animals don't understand. Well, my friends of all nations, justice will prevail.
Well, and listen, justice does need to prevail, and you do have the Palestinians, and yes, there's going to be a lot of innocent people that are killed. But for Israel, they do have a right to defend themselves. And at this point, there are 2 clear clear sides here. You've got pro-Israel and you've got pro-Palestine and Hamas, and that's the bottom line. And so there are many, many more people across America who do support Israel. But one of the things that I think is fascinating is the fact that you do have, and I played you the audio of the hundreds of thousands of people that are calling Joe Biden Genocide Joe, because he is supporting Israel defending itself. And in private, though, Biden says that he is trying to prod Benjamin Netanyahu into a ceasefire. So remember the story that I told you last week where there are some of these pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas organizations that are actually warning Joe Biden that if you don't prod Israel into a ceasefire, we will make sure, these are Democrats, we will make sure that you lose the 2024 election. So this very well could have a major impact on 2024. Bill Maher is sounding incredibly reasonable in all of this, as he has been, quite frankly, the last couple of years on these types of issues. For example, he was asked about all of this by Fareed Zakaria. And Bill Maher says, all of this nonsense, this craziness that's going on college campuses these days, it is becoming more and more insane. And no, it's not just the students. It's the professors as well.
Yes, there was always that element. First of all, it wasn't coming from the professors. Yeah, the kids were a little crazy because kids are always a little crazy, and the professors were not. They kept the kids in line. These kids aren't, I don't think, even interested in learning. I saw that they walked out on Hillary Clinton. She spoke at Columbia. I guess it was getting dangerously close to learning something, maybe if they sat and kept listening to her. I think they like the identity of being warriors. They think they're social justice warriors, so they want a cause. So they don't bother learning, is Israel an apartheid state? Well, no, it's not.
No, I mean, that's part of my question would be, okay, so here's the thing. And by the way, you can see the entire John Voight video that I was playing from audio earlier. You can see that on my Twitter feed. But you know, when Bill Maher is talking about how whether or not these college students will even educate themselves on the matter, well, that's going to be a very big question. Realize they may believe that they're educated, but as Bill Maher is saying, look at how many of these professors are progressives. So the professors at Harvard and Yale and a lot of these other places, they are reinforcing the insanity of these kids, maybe even causing some of this insanity, reinforcing the intolerance, taking part in the anti-Semitism. It really is. It's an extension of what we've known for years, that colleges have become far more progressive at the instructor level, and that means the kids are as well. One of the things that Maher said, and I thought it's a great point, is that part of the big issue that is going on in these colleges and with the younger generation is their phones. Yeah, that's what Bill Maher says. A big problem is these smartphones.
I think the phone has made kids into different kinds of people. This phone makes you shady, needy, mean, fake, and passive-aggressive, and lazy. And if it's doing that all to them, and I think it is, this is going to be the chickens are going to come home to roost.
Yeah, and I believe that Bill Maher is absolutely right in that sense, and so we'll continue to cover this for you on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Right now, the time is 6:22. Ken Weaver's got the news coming up at 6:30. Ken, what is coming up?
Fire officials in one Middle Tennessee county are pleading with people, please don't burn anything. The risk of wildfire is high all across the state. We'll have a report for you on what's going on close to Nashville. There's a neighborhood in Nashville that neighbors say was like a war zone Saturday morning. And speaking of war zones, you've got America's top diplomat over in the Middle East trying to avoid a world war. These stories and more at 6:30 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. Your home is a big investment. USS is here to help you protect your home. Now, these are the people that I turn to. Anytime I have a problem, I call the experts in waterproofing and foundation repair and concrete leveling, to name just a few. Now, these folks have been helping customers for years, and they've got 25,000 100% satisfied clients, including me. I've had them out to my house, and I trust these folks at United Structural Systems. They are problem solvers. They arrive at your home to figure it out and then fix it and communicate with you along the way. Now, what can USS do to help you? They can help you with any number of things, actually, friends. Concrete lifting, foundation repair, basement and crawl space waterproofing, to name just a few. Go to their website at USSTN.com to find out all of the things that they can do to help you with your home. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
My name is Shannon Jefferson. I was cross-addicted, crack cocaine and heroin. I OD'd 4 times. Well, 9 times in all, but in this instance, 4 times in a 2-month period. It's not a second that goes by, it's not somebody that you call or talk to. This program really helped me to get my spiritual man back. It's like I'm a man again. They taught me how to really be a man. You can help, if anybody can help the mission out and save one, that means a big deal. Because for me, it wasn't just helping my life, it affects my whole family. They feed the homeless, they give clothing, nothing goes to waste. Everything helps when it comes to mission. I mean, words can't describe how much I feel deeply about this mission.
628, Nashville's morning news on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Hey, coming up next, should the state of Tennessee give up close to $2 billion in education funds from the federal government to cut those progressive strings that come with that $2 billion in funding? We've got Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton. He'll be joining us at 6:35 here on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Also, I will get to this audio. Chris Christie.
Yeah. Well, now it feels like home. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, the Republicans in Florida didn't take kindly to him lecturing them on quote-unquote truth. The details before 7 here on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. News with Ken Weaver is coming up next. Everything is changing so fast these days. That is a great thing. Now, back in my day, we were lucky if we could get one video to load on our desktop computer. But now there is the Xfinity 10G network. Here's what that means. The fastest internet with faster speeds rolling out all the time, and internet that can power a house full of devices all at once with ultra-low lag. Now, that means that while one person is streaming a movie from their room, another can be playing video games in the basement, while another YouTube's in the kitchen. It is the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through November 15th, new customers can get 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, please. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. I can tell you right now in Tennessee, some rain would be nice. The risk for wildfires is high right now. And Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac reports from where fire crews were busy overnight near the Cheatham County line.
I've been out here since 4:15 this morning. I've seen multiple Nashville fire officials making their rounds, keeping an eye on the fire just down the road over here. This is Gurley Road where the fire started. And just hours ago, there was a massive fire back here behind me.
Grew to about 3 acres before it was contained. Elsewhere, crews in Lawrence County say they fought brush fires and a house fire within minutes of each other over the weekend. Officials in Franklin County pleading with people there to stop burning after they responded to 6 brush fires over the weekend. Israel-Hamas war. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's been meeting with leaders across the Middle East over the weekend, including an unannounced stop in the West Bank to speak with Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas Sunday. Blinken then traveled to Iraq, meeting with Prime Minister al-Sudani.
We're working very hard to make sure that the conflict in Gaza does not escalate, does not spread to other places.
Blinken continues to press for what the White House calls a humanitarian pause to the conflict, which the White House claims is a clear difference from the calls from Arab leaders for a complete ceasefire. And there's a neighborhood in North Nashville that neighbors say was like a war zone Saturday morning.
It was around 5:17 in the morning, and I heard like 20 shots. Then it just went silent.
Erica Miller there near Revels Drive, where police say bullets from a drive-by shooting hit several homes, injuring an elderly woman who was in bed. Fortunately, she's going to be okay. And 3 of the passengers who were on board Alaska Airlines Flight 2059 last month are now suing, claiming emotional distress from the off-duty pilot, allegedly depressed, sleep-deprived, and tripping on mushrooms, trying to take down the plane when he pulled the fire alarms that could shut the engine off. Fortunately, he was stopped before that happens. The lawsuit filed by 3 San Francisco residents alleging the pilot should never have been allowed in the cockpit if he was depressed and suffering from a lack of sleep. Alaska Airlines says it's reviewing the complaint. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 6:33. Dan Mandis here. Veterans Day is coming up, and on that day and every day, we thank our veterans who sacrificed to defend our country. I also thank those organizations that support our veterans, like the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. Now, to quote Charlie himself, the only thing that protects our country from evil is God Almighty and the United States military. And clearly, Charlie Daniels was right. The mission of the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project is to help those who have served to adjust to life back home. Now, that's not an easy thing, but the Journey Home Project partners with organizations that do incredible work with our veterans. I'd like to encourage you to check them out online and see for yourself what they do for our country and those that defend it. We really do need to support our military. Find them online at charliedanielsjourneyhomeproject.org and give today.
I wanted to touch on the history of Tethered and kind of how it came about.
There's a handful of us that were already using similar equipment. At the time, however, you couldn't just go to the store and buy saddle equipment. It just didn't exist. And selfishly, we just were making gear that nobody else would make for us and that we wanted ourselves. And our goal was just to make enough to break even. Fortunately for everybody involved, it took off. It's got an appeal. People really liked it.
When you think of a saddle, that's what I think of. That's the first name that I think of when I hear about a saddle.
For me, the reason I got into it was I'm hunting public land, and most of the time I'm going pretty deep. Being lightweight and mobile was huge. I walk in with a pack and my bow. That's it. The more I did it, I was like, man, there's so many features here that are helping me improve as a hunter, where I can take different shot angles and stuff. And I'm going to tell you, I feel safe with this rope all the time.
Yeah.
From the ground up, I'm hooked in. If I fall off this thing, I'm just going to swing a little bit. And I think the learning curve is small. It's just about getting comfortable with your equipment. It's the biggest thing. And for me, it's repetition and then fine-tuning that to meet my needs. And that's the cool thing. What I like and what might meet my needs might be a little different from you. And even though we're doing the same thing, you can tweak it to meet your needs. And I really like that aspect about it.
But we've done a really good job of just innovating and creating products that don't exist. You're seeing the growth of the sport, you're seeing the innovation, and you're seeing all of these cool things that we make, and it's because we actually use it.
.637, Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, sunny, highs in the 70s. Matter of fact, we've got sunny skies through Wednesday. Possible rain on Thursday and Friday. Right now, 47 at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. We've all had the debate, certainly the last couple of years here in the state of Tennessee. School library books related to transgender issues and so forth, biological boys playing on girls' teams, and we've got those discussions and debates going on as well. Critical race theory is being taught across the country. And these are just some of the examples of possible strings tied to the federal government attaching to federal funding. And today, the state legislature is taking the first step in perhaps simply saying, no, we will not accept the federal funding for education if those types of strings are attached. Now, Speaker of the Tennessee House, Cameron Sexton, is joining us here on Nashville's Morning News. Mr. Speaker, first of all, thank you for joining us. Let's talk about some of these specifics because, yes, you have put a committee in place to look at severing the ties between the federal government and their funding of our state schools because of just these types of strings that are attached. We get roughly $1.8 billion from the federal government. Right now, is there any requirements that are currently attached to that money?
Yes, there are. And the Sycamore Institute just came out and said it's more like $1.1 billion. So it's decreased by $700 million because it was inflated due to COVID dollars. But there are strings attached. There's things there's testing. There's things that we can't do with that money, whether it's in the school lunch program. The way I look at it is we have a contract with the federal government, and we should go back on a regular basis and look in that contract. But what happens with the federal government as well, simply when you take the money, they give you a new contract and they say you have to do these things. In Missouri, I was talking to someone who's representing Missouri, and their COVID dollars, they put in their COVID dollars that they had to do social emotional learning in their schools. If you remember Race to the Top, when the Democrats were in control, they did Race to the Top. And guess what that brought us? That brought us Common Core because we took the money. So there's always strings attached. And I think it's our due diligence that we should look into it and see everything that it's required, whether it's through Title IX, which is where President Biden was trying to put in playing sports based on your gender identity. He finally pulled back on it. But something like that, you would have to do simply because you take federal money.
So $1.1 billion, of course, it sounds like a lot of money. It is a lot of money. But let's just say for the sake of this discussion, Speaker Cameron Sexton, that we do reject those dollars and we're cutting those strings as well. Will this have an impact on students?
Well, it will. You know, the $1.1 billion, as the Sycamore Institute has said that it is, we do have over a $2 billion surplus. We do have the funding to replace it. You know, the interesting thing is the left, whenever they go hysterical about just having hearings, it tells you that you're kind of onto something about their motives and about how they're trying to influence our school systems in our state. The money does go to special needs. It goes to school lunch. It goes to a lot of things. It doesn't go into the classroom per se for teaching. It does some other things that we're going to continue to do. And there's a lot of misinformation about we're going to cut this and we're going to cut that. That's not true. But you also have to think that maybe the state can provide those services that are at a better ability than the federal government is trying to dictate to us.
You've got, of course, Democrats, and you just said, you know, the left is going hysterical over this. Although, you know, to your credit, you have some Democrats on this panel exploring all of this. But, you know, we do have thousands of openings for teachers across the state. We need something like $9 billion in renovations and infrastructure upgrades. We need some new schools across the state as well. So will this ultimately impact the state and our ability to teach the kids and not have the ability to upgrade the infrastructure and so forth?
No, I think you can do both, but the number one thing that our job is, or one of the top, you know, safety and security is one of them, is to provide a quality K through 12 education and make sure that when the students graduate 12th grade, that they have the ability and the opportunity to have a job. And you hear from businesses all the time about not having the soft skills, or when you hear from colleges or universities or community colleges that the number one course after high school that someone has to take is a remedial course. And so we're not functioning well. Is it because of the federal government? They're partly to blame for that because they're trying to indoctrinate or to pass things down into our schools that have us teach. I think that it's the state's duty to be in control of K through 12. And I don't think that simply taking federal money and them dictating to us how they want us to teach the same way here as they want us to do in California is not the right way to go. So I think it's an important thing to look at. We can continue to fund a lot of stuff, but if we have a workforce that's able to meet the demands of the jobs that are coming into our state, we will win long term.
Well, and you bring up a great point in that we've got testing scores that are not great. We've got 39% of our public school students are proficient in English, 34% are proficient in math. Frankly, not great scores. So if I'm hearing you right, if we actually eliminate the strings, we're sort of getting rid of what we call in radio the clutter, and you're really focusing on the topics or the issues or the lessons that matter. It is possible that those scores would go up. Now, Republicans have a supermajority in the House, and the Senate seems to be on board with this, and Governor Lee actually seems open to this as well. How big of a fight do you believe that this will be politically, trying to, cut ties with the federal government with $1.1 billion in funding and cutting the strings as well?
I don't think it's a fight within the Republican Party. I think the fight will be with the Democrat Party. I think the fight will be with the Department of Education at the federal level, and the fight will be with President Biden, because they've all come out simply because we want to have a discussion. And so when you see the left coming out and saying, you've got to take the money, you have to take the money, it's stupid not to take the money because it's our tax dollars coming back to us. Well, think about this. This year, the federal government was in $1.7 trillion deficit, $33 trillion overall, but this year, $1.7 trillion. That's over $1 billion of Tennessee debt per capita. And so the way to look at that is we're not getting our revenue back. What we're getting back is debt from the federal government. And then the question is, are we better prepared to teach our kids, or should the federal government be telling us how to teach our kids? But we should also look when those monies come down. When I've talked to school systems and to teachers, there's things that are required of them that increase the cost of taking that money. So it's not like it's just you get $1.1 billion and it's free and clear. You have to hire individuals. You have to do other things.
Yep.
And so that cost to us is more. And so we need to dive into that as well.
Yeah, and that's what this committee is working on. 6:45 on Nashville's Morning News. One more question for you coming up. Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton. Right now, they've got to check those roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Sunny and highs in the mid-70s today through Wednesday. We've got possible rain on the way Thursday and Friday. Tennessee Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Other news going on, Mr. Speaker, of course, Justin Jones is now suing you in federal court over his expulsion. He's saying that he is being unconstitutionally silenced. He said this on Joy Reid's program a couple of weeks ago. Listen.
The actions and the conduct of Speaker Cameron Sexton as unconstitutional and illegal. It's about upholding the right to express views under the First Amendment. It's about due process, because even during the expulsion, we saw a kangaroo court, as you and people across America saw, a court that was rigged and that was about silencing the two youngest black lawmakers.
Now, I have stated my opinion on the two Justins and Gloria Johnson many, many times. People know how I feel. I don't need to regurgitate that. It's not a positive thing. But he is saying that he's being unconstitutionally silenced. Let me ask you, I don't know if you can say much about this lawsuit, but have you and Jones had any discussion in the off time? What plans are there coming up in January to be able to keep order as you prepare for the next session?
No, I haven't had any conversations with him. Look, the state constitution gives the General Assembly the ability to set their rules, and that's constitutional. And so people can argue what they want. What I will tell you is what I find fascinating in the hypocrisy of it all is you had Bernie Sanders a few weeks ago who had someone outside of his office holding a sign in the hallway, and they walk out and handcuff them and remove them, and those individuals are silent. You had people who were protesting at the Capitol in the Rotunda. Once again, they got removed and handcuffed and removed, and those people were silent because it was their party asking them to be removed. And so, look, everybody knows when you go to the Capitol in Washington and you want to sit in a balcony, and you saw that whenever they were going through the numerous votes, They were not allowed to bring in signs. They were not allowed to bring in cell phones. They were not allowed to make noise and scream and shout in the Capitol during session. And so you look at the hypocrisy of it, and it's just more about making news, in my opinion. We'll see what happens with the lawsuit, but it's more about making news and playing the victim card, which I think he's really good at.
All right. Totally agree. Thank you very much for joining us here on Supertalk 99.7 WTN Speaker Cameron Sexton. And right now it is 6:49 on Nashville's Morning News. Okay, this audio from Chris Christie. I want to play this for you because there's some new polling out this morning that people, I'll share it with you in the 7 o'clock hour. You have people on the left that are losing, just absolutely losing their mind on this polling because it does show, again, by the way, that Donald Trump would beat Joe Biden in a lot of these battleground states. So Chris Christie was at a GOP event in Florida, and he thought it would be a good idea to start lecturing the audience because they are pro-Donald Trump. Listen to how this went.
Yeah. Well, now it feels like home. Thank you all very much.
Yep.
Your anger against the truth is reprehensible. When you think about the problems that our country and this world is facing, when you think about that, this type of pettiness is beneath the process of electing a president. And as people watch today, if your arguments are so strong, if your arguments are so great, and mine are so bad, then just keep quiet. Let me make my awful arguments, and then you can just reject them out of hand. The problem is you fear the truth. The problem is you want to shout down any voice that says anything different than what you want to hear. And you can continue to do it. And believe me, it doesn't bother me one bit.
I think it does bother him, number one. Number two, memo to Chris Christie, as I said on Twitter over the weekend, memo to Chris Christie, look at the polling, man. The people have spoken, and they do believe that you're wrong, and they don't want you to be president. They don't even want you to be the nominee. Does he even have 3%? I should have looked up the polling. I don't know where Chris Christie is right now. But when he said in that little lecture to people that clearly didn't like what he was saying, when he said, just let me, speak my awful ideas and then you can dismiss my ideas outright. Well, people already have. Because every time I turn around, there's another poll that shows that Donald Trump not only clearly is going to be the Republican nominee, but you got a lot of Americans, a lot of independents, a lot of younger voters, a lot of Hispanics, a lot of black voters who are solidly behind Donald Trump. Not Republicans, but Donald Trump. So when Chris Christie says, oh, just let me, say my piece and then you can dismiss my ideas outright. Again, his ideas have been dismissed outright, although I do agree that Chris Christie does have a right to speak, and so do the rest of us. It is 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver, we've got the news coming up in just a few minutes. What's coming up in the 7 o'clock hour?
Got a high risk for wildfires. Crews all across Tennessee are busy fighting brush fires. You have officials actually pleading with people in their county to stop outdoor burning. You've got America's top diplomat trying to avoid another world war. He's in the Middle East meeting with Israel, but also Israel's enemies. And then a high school in New Jersey in trouble after at least one boy started posting AI naked photos of all the girls in his class. Details at 7 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Ken. And very busy morning, 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7. Coming up at the 7 o'clock hour, about 7:06.
This has to be like a political 5-alarm fire in the White House.
That is how Dana Bash, I don't even know, what is she on? I don't even know. But that is how Dana Bash was describing the swing states where Donald Trump is leading. They're saying this is a political earthquake. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. If you need a personal injury attorney now, tomorrow, next month or next year, you've got to remember the guy that I endorse, John Griffith. Now, this is a guy that can help you. He was honored as the Outstanding Trial Lawyer of the Year here in the state of Tennessee years ago, and that's one of many reasons why I do endorse John Griffith. He is not afraid to go to trial if it means a better outcome for you. Now, all the legal eagles at Griffith Law, they are here to help you with your case. Now, John literally wrote the book on how to handle these types of personal injury cases and help clients get what they deserve. That book is available for free on his website, and it is called The 10 Worst Mistakes You Can Make with Your Tennessee Injury Case. He offers it for free on his website because he truly cares about you, your family, and your case. This phone number you need to call if you need a personal injury attorney, 615-807-7900, 615-807-7900 for personal injury attorney John Griffith. The website, griffithinjurylaw.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the things you hear me talk about frequently on my radio show that has been going for over 20 years in the Nashville market is that annuity sales are not necessarily a great thing for the end investor. Now, if you go to an investment firm, a lot of times you'll get that. The first thing that they recommend, an annuity. Banks and investment firms recommend these for one really good reason. And many times that reason isn't the best thing for you. It's commissions. It's a huge moneymaker for the investing industry. This is why I think it's so important that when you work with an investment advisor, that they not be paid on commission. It creates a huge conflict because it creates an incentive to sell you things that may not be in your best interest. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. We don't do anything on commissions. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
7 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now in Middle Tennessee, we need some rain. It's too dry. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukavac's been reporting from where Nashville firefighters assisted with a brush fire on Gurley Road near the Cheatham County line overnight.
Crews all over the midstate are asking people not to burn anything outside. There's been several brush fires in the last 2 weeks, including in Franklin County over the weekend near Little Hurricane Road, and in Lawrence County, a brush fire happened along Railroad Road. As firefighters worked on that, they got a call not far away for a house fire in Summertown. Now, it's really important that you don't burn anything right now. Some counties, they don't have the manpower to work on extinguishing the flames and putting out these fires while also responding to other emergencies as well.
Yeah, that brush fire on Gurley Road was contained to about 3 acres. Israel-Hamas war. Secretary of State Antony Blinken wrapping up the last leg of his Mideast visit with a stop in Turkey. He's working with Israel and U.S. allies to contain the conflict from spreading into a regional war that would include Hezbollah and Iran.
Every country I talk to is looking for us to play a leading role with our diplomacy to try to make progress on all of these different aspects of the crisis.
Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu still insisting Israel will not hold its fire until Hamas releases 241 hostages, among them at least 9 Americans. And back here in Middle Tennessee, Rutherford County Schools will discuss changes to rezoning maps after getting feedback from parents and administrators. That'll be tomorrow at the Board of Education's work session. The board's regular meeting is Thursday. Then next week, the Rutherford County rezoning plan could be finalized at a specially called board meeting. And a call for action at a high school in New Jersey. Rhiannon Alley says students are accused of using artificial intelligence to create fake naked photos of their female classmates.
When 14-year-old Francesca Mani was called into the principal's office at Westfield High, she was told a student created fake nude images of her using AI.
So I came home and I told my mom, and I told her that we have to do something about this because it isn't fair to the girls and it's just not right.
Francesca's mother says she filed a police report. She says only one male student served a short suspension. There are reportedly at least 30 victims at the school. Experts say fake nude images can be created using existing photos from social media, which are then uploaded to an app that removes clothing using AI.
Right now in Tennessee, renewed pressure on Metro Police Chief John Drake to release the Covenant School Shooters Manifesto and related materials. Tennessee Star's Michael Leahy will join WTN's Nashville's Morning News at 7:35 with an exclusive Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell. Dow futures up 45, S&P up 8, NASDAQ up 36. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
7:08, Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. How are you, friends? A lot of you folks don't like Chris Christie. 615-737-9986. The Super Text line is open. We were playing some audio from Chris Christie earlier in the broadcast. You may have seen it. I'm going to spare you folks any more Chris Christie audio, at least for now. But he was basically castigating Republicans for siding with and supporting Donald Trump. And so one of the things that he says, and one of the things that Republicans who are anti-Donald Trump often say is essentially, you can't handle the truth, which is what Chris Christie was saying. And I would say back to Chris Christie, because the part of the audio bite that I thought was particularly interesting was where he said, because he was being booed, and he got up in front of Republicans and basically he said, listen, if I'm so wrong and my views are so reprehensible, then let me say my piece and then you can dismiss them outright. Well, the point that I made in the last hour, and I'll make it again here, is that all Chris Christie has to do is look at the polling, because the polling shows that by and large, Republicans not only want Donald Trump to be the nominee, but also, according to some new polling, swing states are going in favor of Donald Trump if the election were held today.
This has to be like a political five-alarm fire in the White House.
I mean, it better be. The swing states where Donald Trump is leading, you ready? Nevada is Donald Trump 52%. You've got Joe Biden 41%. Georgia, Donald Trump 49%, Joe Biden 43%. You've got Trump 49 to Biden's 44% in Arizona. In the all-important state of Michigan, Donald Trump at 48%. You've got Joe Biden 43%. You've got 48 to 43% in Pennsylvania and in Wisconsin. You've got Donald Trump at 45%. Joe Biden is up there at 47%. However, they are really, really close, obviously. So for the president, the former president, Donald Trump, this is a very big deal. And it's such a big deal that you've got not only CNN, but also Fox News. Everybody is leading with this story. But, you know, really the story isn't just about the swing states. The story is about how just grossly unpopular you've got Joe Biden with this polling. Just 37% of the people there that were polled say that they trusted Joe Biden with the economy. I mean, I want you to think about this, because Joe Biden has been running around talking about the greatness of Bidenomics. Well, clearly, and this poll was taken just in the last week or so, and Joe Biden the last couple of months, he's been running around, flying around America trying to sell the virtues of Bidenomics. And so there is a congresswoman who was on with Dana Bash, a black congresswoman named Jasmine Crockett. And this was over the weekend. And she says one thing that the polling shows is that Biden is losing ground with black voters. And it sounds to me, I want you to listen to this audio bite, because it sounds to me like she is saying that if you are anti-Joe Biden, you are pro-Donald Trump, which they're seeing a lot of the black voters out there are shifting to Donald Trump and not Joe Biden. And it is her contention, this Democrat out of Texas, that these black voters, they don't really comprehend. They're not smart enough to understand what's going on. Seriously, she said that.
Their feelings are dictating their reality. Their reality is that they said that they feel better, or they felt better when Trump was in office. But we've been trying to push back. We've got some very popular African-American artists that are out here saying things like, oh, I got checks when Trump was in office. I want those checks again, not understanding that that really came from Congress. So we've got a couple of things, the perception issue, and then we also have an issue as it relates to civics in this country and people not understanding exactly how any of this works.
Wow. I don't know. That sounds pretty insulting. That's almost like when Biden said, if you don't know if you're going to vote for me or Trump, then you ain't black. That sounds almost as insulting. Biden's bragging on Bidenomics has fallen short, too, with a measly 2%, saying the economy was excellent during the tenure of Joe Biden. According to the statistics, young voters under the age of 30 are only favoring Joe Biden by a single percentage point. Men are preferring Donald Trump by double the margin that women are choosing Joe Biden. I mean, it goes on and on. But meanwhile, Biden's poll with Hispanic voters is down to single digits, and traditionally Democratic black voters are now registering 22% support for Donald Trump. Now, I know some of you folks are thinking, what does that mean that 78% support Joe Biden? Yes, and other folks like, RFK Jr. But here's the thing, is that if enough of the black community votes for Donald Trump, that can have a big impact on the states, especially particularly the swing states like Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Georgia, and Arizona. They talk about Biden's senile age of 80 also playing a massive factor. According to the data, 71% of the pollsters from every demographic saying that Joe Biden is too old. Donald Trump is 77. Only 39% saw Donald Trump as too old. Now, you know why that is. It's because Biden is basically a babbling idiot. I mean, you can't comprehend half of the things that he says. Now, there was a woman involved in this panel. Her name was Kristen Soltis Anderson. And she was, in this panel, she really was the only one that was making any sense.
What I see are a lot of Americans who would say, look, I think Donald Trump is not a good guy. I think he's a crook. But you know what? He was better for my pocketbook. And that's where Democrats really have a problem. Joe Biden's been out going around the country talking about Bidenomics, which is frankly a phrase that I think the Republicans are more likely to deploy as we get closer to November if Americans continue to feel that fuel, food, housing, et cetera, are all getting more expensive, and that they just look back on the Trump presidency and go, yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, that was unpleasant in 500 different ways, but it was better at the bank.
Yeah, and you've got the Democrats. I can't believe they are still out there talking about 2020. They're still out there talking about, democracy. If Donald Trump is the nominee for the Republicans, democracy will die. One of the things that they talk about is in the various articles about this polling where Donald Trump is doing a lot better than Joe Biden in a lot of these swing states like Michigan and Nevada and Arizona and so forth, is that despite all of these various indictments of Donald Trump, the American people are still on Donald Trump's side. Now, the question is Joe Biden that bad? Or is Donald Trump that good? I think it's probably both. It is 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, sunny, highs in the mid-70s. We do have sunny skies through Wednesday, possible rain on Thursday and Friday, 50 degrees now at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. So a lot of folks are talking about they're saying this is a shock poll. One of the things that I tweeted out is, and you can follow me at Dan Mandis Show, is I'm not sure why people are saying that this is a shock poll, because it's really not a shock poll, is it? I mean, we've seen this kind of polling time and time and time again. So, no, it's not a shock poll. It's not surprising. Joe Biden is really bad. And people look back on the time that that Donald Trump was our president, and they say, yeah, there were some mean tweets, but you know what? Things were going okay until the damn pandemic. By the way, the New York Times, couple of things. First of all, they're saying that Joe Biden people are really comparing this to the Jimmy Carter years. And the one happy guy out there is Jimmy Carter, because he's probably, sitting there saying, well, thank God I'm no longer the worst. No, Jimmy. You are no longer the worst. Joe Biden is clearly the worst. But, you look at some of this polling, and then I promise I'm going to move on. But you look at the number of Americans that believe that we are on the wrong track. I mean, it is stunning. In Arizona, 68% of the people out there in Arizona say that we are on the wrong track. Only 24% say that we are on the right track. Now, what that tells you is that there's a lot of Democrats who say that we are on the wrong track. Wisconsin, 68% wrong direction, 23% right direction. I mean, the numbers are actually very consistent and fascinating. Wrong direction, 63% to 22%. Wrong direction saying 63%, and the right track, 22%. This, again, is not real surprising. Is it surprising to you? No. I mean, I could go on and on. If you want to see the polling that everybody's talking about today, I tweeted all of this out at Dan Mandis Show. If you want to follow me on Twitter, you can. There was interesting dialogue. I'm going to say it this way. There was some interesting dialogue that was going on. Oh, by the way, very quickly, and then I'll get to the interesting dialogue from George Stephanopoulos. Democrat strategist David Axelrod, who led the efforts to get Obama elected, suggesting now that Joe Biden drop out of the 2024 race after the release of the damning poll. So that's David Axelrod. And by the way, I'm going to say what I said before. Oh, and by the way, hundreds more joining the massive migrant caravan. At last check, there was like 7,000 that were making their way towards our southern border. Of course, that's one of the big things that people are saying that Joe Biden is failing on is the southern border. But, when you look at the fact that this poll came out from the New York Times, this is the New York Times basically telling, and David Axelrod basically telling Joe Biden, it's time for you to step out. It is time for you to step out. Now, I had some fun with this audio earlier. By the way, the super text line is open at 615-737-9986. George Stephanopoulos goes on the attack against Steve Scalise. This was over the weekend. How do you know that things are going really bad, really poorly for Joe Biden and the Democrats and of course, George Stephanopoulos? It's because they focus on the past. And he would not stop asking Steve Scalise if he felt like the election of 2020 was stolen. I want you to listen to this.
Can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen? That's not what I asked. I said, can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen? I know that Joe Biden is president. I'm asking you a different question. Can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen? So you just refused to say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen. And I asked you a very, very simple question. Now I've asked it, I think, the fifth time that you can't appear to answer. Can you say unequivocally that the 2020 election was not stolen?
I told you there were a handful of states that didn't follow their laws.
Yes or no, was the 2020 election stolen?
What I've told you is Joe Biden's the president of the United States, and right now he's failing the country on so many fronts that matter to families.
Right, and that's what the polling shows. Nobody gives two craps about the 2020 election except for George Stephanopoulos and the Democrats. And so all through this interview, Scalise keeps saying that Republicans are focused on the future and, of course, solving the problems of the world today and tomorrow. And Stephanopoulos, again, just keeps going back to these same questions. When I was playing this audio in the 6 o'clock hour, a couple of things that are going on. Number one, clearly what they're trying to do is obfuscate or distract from Biden's epic failures. That is part of the discussion. Because if Scalise, he's trying to focus on what really matters to the American people. So if Scalise says, yeah, the election was stolen, then you know what happens, right? He gets blasted by the media and everyone else. And once again, it becomes a story that distracts from Biden's epic failures. And so that's why. And if he says, well, no, the election was not stolen, well, then all of a sudden that also becomes a story within the GOP ranks. And, for the Republicans, they simply want to move on. And I really did like the answer that Steve Scalise eventually gave.
So the president can keep talking about the past. You can. We're going to talk about the future and how to help these families who are struggling across America with high gas prices, high prices when they go to the grocery store, every other problem that they're concerned about. That's what we're focused on in this House.
So, of course, then the White House comes out. This gives the White House the opportunity to come out and say, well, Republicans by and large are all about, the stolen election, and they won't admit that the election of 2020 was legit, and calling Republicans extremists and the rest of this nonsense. Now, look, if I'm Steve Scalise or any Republican in that position, I throw that story right back in their face. And I would ask George Stephanopoulos, was the laptop from hell, was that credible? And did it impact the election? Yes, it was. And yes, it did. And that is part of why I will openly say, yeah, I do say the election was stolen because of the effort to discredit the laptop from hell when everyone knew that it was a credible story. New York Post knew it. Talk radio knew it. The American people didn't, because the Democrats and their partners in the media worked very hard to discredit or squash that story that did, as you folks know, impact the election. But all of this clearly gets old. It is 7:24 on Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Want to tell you about my buddy Dr. Kevin Mitchell and the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They are thankful for you. And to celebrate the month of Thanksgiving, the Wellness Institute of Nashville, for the month of November only, is taking the 2023 special to a new level. 2 new patient appointments for $23. Not 1, but 2. That means you and a friend, family member, loved one, whatever, get 2 exams, 2 x-rays, and 2 treatments for just $23. And so if this can help you and a loved one, call them today at 615-246-5009. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-246-5009. Painisbad.com.
I wanted to touch on the history of Tethered and kind of how it came about.
There's a handful of us that were already using similar equipment. At the time, however, you couldn't just go to the store and buy saddle equipment. It just didn't exist. And selfishly, we just were making gear that nobody else would make for us and that we wanted ourselves. And our goal was just to make enough to break even. Fortunately for everybody involved, it took off. It's got an appeal. People really liked it.
When you think of a saddle, that's what I think of. That's the first name that I think of when I hear about a saddle.
For me, the reason I got into it was I'm hunting public land, and most of the time I'm going pretty deep. Being lightweight and mobile was huge. I walk in with a pack and my bow. That's it. The more I did it, I was like, man, there's so many features here that are helping me improve as a hunter, where I can take different shot angles and stuff. And I'm going to tell you, I feel safe with this rope all the time.
Yeah.
From the ground up, I'm hooked in. If I fall off this thing, I'm just going to swing a little bit. And I think the learning curve is small. It's just about getting comfortable with your equipment. It's the biggest thing. And for me, it's repetition and then fine-tuning that to meet my needs. And that's the cool thing. What I like and what might meet my needs might be a little different from you. And even though we're doing the same thing, you can tweak it to meet your needs. And I really like that aspect about it.
But we've done a really good job of just innovating and creating products that don't exist. You're seeing the growth of the sport. You're seeing the innovation. And you're seeing all of these cool things that we make, and it's because we actually use it.
The Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Listen, so many of us deal with sports injuries like concussions, Lou Gehrig's diseases, and autism. Well, there's good news now. Whether it is you or a loved one suffering, there's a new cutting-edge treatment available for you from my friends at the Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Dr. Ethan Kellum specializes in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack inflammation in your body to help it heal. Now, this is your body providing your cells and your solutions, and Dr. Ethan Kellum can help you today. You know, he is an official doctor with the Tennessee Titans, and yes, they do accept care credit. Now, what can they do for you? Whole lot of stuff. Dr. Kellum and his staff can help you with congestive heart failure, lung issues, from asthma to arthritis. They can help you today. So call them today and tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-850-4415. 615-850-4415. Call today for your free consultation. KELLUM, the Kellum Stem Cell Institute.com. Your body, your cells, your solution. Supertalk 99.7 WTN. All right, coming up next, I've been looking forward to this all morning long, going to re-welcome Michael Patrick Leahy from the Tennessee Star to Nashville's Morning News. Michael Patrick Leahy and I, friends from way, way back. And so looking forward to re-welcoming him to, again, Nashville's Morning News. And we're going to break some news. It's all straight ahead on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. And, there's so much that I want to tell you about, and it's all coming up. Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home hassle-free. Dan Mandis here. Did you know that Mark Spain Real Estate has been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years? Over 44,000 satisfied clients have trusted them to sell their homes when starting their next phase in life. In fact, Mark Spain Real Estate sells over 39 homes per day, and they can get you sold quickly and with the least amount of hassle. So call them at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now in Tennessee, it is dry and the risk of wildfires is high. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac says Nashville firefighters assisted with a brush fire on Gurley Road near the Cheatham County line overnight.
Fire spread to throughout 3 acres before it was contained. Now fire crews all over Middle Tennessee are asking people not to burn anything.
Well, News Channel 5, citing a report from drought.gov, says Middle Tennessee's in the severe to extreme drought category. Israel-Hamas war, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken wrapping up his tour of the Middle East today in Turkey's capital, walking a tight line, pushing for humanitarian pauses, as the White House puts it, to get more aid into Gaza and the hostages out.
When it comes to humanitarian pauses, we're engaged with the Israelis on the particular practicalities of that. One critical aspect, though, is seeing progress on hostages. That's something we're intensely focused on, but we also believe that a pause could help advance that proposition as well.
Yeah, Secretary Blinken now heading to Tokyo, Japan for a meeting with the G7, then on to Seoul, South Korea, then New Delhi, India. Right now in our nation's capital, Tennessee 4th District Congressman Scott DesJarlais is co-sponsor of legislation blocking Palestinian refugees from coming to America. This bill would require the Department of Homeland Security to implement a pause on all visas, refugee status, and granting of asylum for people who hold a passport by the Palestinian Authority. Election 2024. About a year away from Election Day, and new polling takes the pulse of the country.
3/4 of Americans, 76%, believe the country is headed in the wrong direction, and that includes the majority of Republicans, Democrats, and independents. Only 23% of Americans think the country is headed in the right direction.
That's Rachel Scott reporting on the latest ABC News Ipsos poll. Meanwhile, a New York Times poll showing former President Trump leading President Biden in 5 of 6 swing states: Nevada, Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, all of which Biden won in 2020. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. Got to tell you, so many people buried in credit card debt these days. Loan Pronto can help you. What if you could be credit card debt free in 10 days and save as much as $1,000 a month? Well, you can with Loan Pronto. It is fast. Loan Pronto's Express Equity Credit Line can get you closed and debt free in 7 to 10 days. A $50,000 loan is only going to cost you around $400 a month with my friends at Loan Pronto. So you can stop the madness and say no to 24% interest fees from those credit card companies and call Loan Pronto today. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. By the way, also ask about their amazing VA loan program as well. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
I wanted to touch on the history of Tethered and kind of how it came about.
There was a handful of us that were already using similar equipment. At the time, however, you couldn't just go to the store and buy saddle equipment. It just didn't exist. And selfishly, we just were making gear that nobody else would make for us and that we wanted ourselves. And our goal was just to make enough to break even. Fortunately for everybody involved, it took off. It's got an appeal. People really liked it.
When you think of a saddle, that's what I think of. That's the first name that I think of when I hear about a saddle.
For me, the reason I got into it was I'm hunting public land, and most of the time I'm going pretty deep. Being lightweight and mobile was huge. I walk in with a pack and my bow. That's it. The more I did it, I was like, man, there's so many features here that are helping me improve as a hunter, where I can take different shot angles and stuff. And I'm going to tell you, I feel safe with this rope all the time.
Yeah.
From the ground up, I'm hooked in. If I fall off this thing, I'm just going to swing a little bit. And I think the learning curve is small. It's just about getting comfortable with your equipment. It's the biggest thing. And for me, it's repetition and then fine-tuning that to meet my needs. And that's the cool thing. What I like and what might meet my needs might be a little different from you. And even though we're doing the same thing, you can tweak it to meet your needs. And I really like that aspect about it.
But we've done a really good job of just innovating and creating products that don't exist. You're seeing the growth of the sport. You're seeing the innovation. And you're seeing all of these cool things that we make, and it's because we actually use it.
$7:38, Nashville's morning news on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Thank you very much for joining us. Along with Ken Weaver, Mason Fleming in for Johnny B. And want to welcome on into the radio program Michael Patrick Leahy. Now, you and I, my friend, go way back.
We've been friends a long time, Dan.
And this is something that we've been working on for a long time, an official partnership with the Tennessee Star and Supertalk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News and the other shows as well. And we're going to get into more of that, but part of what we're doing with this segment every day at 7:35, the Tennessee Star Report on WTN and Nashville's Morning News, is breaking news. And so without further ado, I want to welcome on into the program Congressman John Rose, who is calling out. This is the story we're going to talk to you about. Congressman John Rose calling out Police Chief John Drake over Drake's refusal to release the materials, of course, related to the Covenant Shooters Manifesto and other materials related to the investigation. Congressman, thank you very much for joining us here on WTN. This has been a long time coming.
Well, good morning, Dan, and thanks for having me on Nashville's Morning News. And it has, and it's been too long. And I think we all know that, and I think my constituents know that. This shooting happened more than 7 months ago. More than 6 months ago, I asked the chief to release the information. About a week later, we confirmed that they had received my letter. Initially, they said I would be getting a response. Then a few minutes later, called back and said that I would not be getting a response. And we know this is not what the people of Nashville and the people of the state deserve. It's not what my constituents deserve. Frankly, any discussion of policy changes flowing out of the Covenant shooting and the horrendous loss of life there, whether they be at the state, local, state, or federal level, are just talk without knowing what happened leading up to the deaths of those young children and the 3 adults that work there at Covenant School.
Congressman Rose, this is Michael Patrick Leahy with the Tennessee Star. We broke this story about half an hour ago on the Tennessee Star. It's our lead story. Why does the Metro Nashville Police Chief, why is he ignoring your request that you sent to him August 26th?
Well, actually, April, the letter that we sent, we actually sent about a month. It was April 26th.
Yeah, I stand corrected, April 26th, even longer, like 200 days. He's not responded to you.
191 days ago. And, I don't know. And not even an explanation. I guess I would have to say at least the FBI, though it took them 5 months, more than 5 months themselves, they did ultimately answer. Their answer was non-responsive. Their letter was non-responsive, essentially, but they did provide us at least at the acknowledgement. And I think it's unreasonable in this case. Obviously, the Metro Police did a fantastic job by all accounts responding on the day of the shooting. But then after that, I think the chief has failed and leadership have failed to handle this situation as we would want them to. And the people deserve to know, and we know it is commonplace in these situations for this information to be made available. And so I call on the chief to do so. I know others are taking, more strident steps to try to get this information, and I applaud them for doing so.
Congressman John Rose joining us on Supertalk 99.7 WTN along with Michael Patrick Leahy. So we're talking about 20 journals, 5 laptops, written materials from the shooter's home. Of course, this was all requested, as you said, back in April. And the FBI, it feels like, Congressman, there's some circling of the wagons because the FBI didn't respond for months. And then, if I'm not mistaken, when they finally did respond a couple of weeks ago, they came back and said, well, you need to ask the Metro Nashville Police. It took them 5 months to come up with that. Does it feel like to you that there is a circling of the wagons here? And what can you do from your vantage point in Congress? Is there somehow a way to force them legally to turn these materials over?
Well, we're certainly taking a look at that. And I think with respect to the FBI, probably we would have jurisdiction to compel some responses ultimately. But in this case, I think they correctly point out that they were not the lead investigators in this particular case. They were providing assistance to the Metro Nashville Police Department, and so in short, it's really not a federal matter under the circumstances unless the facts lead them to believe that it was, and apparently they did not. And so this investigation remained in the custody of the Metro Nashville Police Department for all intents and purposes, and it's there that we should get these answers.
Congressman Rose, this is Michael Patrick Leahy. We at the Tennessee Star are plaintiffs in two lawsuits, one in state court, where we're asking Metro Nashville Police Department to release the manifesto. Another in federal court, where we're asking the FBI to release the manifesto. Both of those cases are stalled. Here's something I would like to see if you would consider. Have you considered filing an amicus brief in either the state case or the federal case?
Well, I would have to say, Michael Patrick, we haven't taken any concrete steps in that direction, but certainly would be open to that. As you know, I have joined many amicus briefs on various issues during my time in Congress, and certainly am open to looking at that here. I do believe this information should be forthcoming. Certainly, one could imagine that there might be some elements of the information that the shooter had that might not need to become public for one reason or another, but it's really up to the police and the officials involved here to explain that and give us context for that so that there can be understanding. And even then, perhaps that information should be made available in a more limited fashion so that policymakers can gain the understanding that we need if we're going to respond in any way.
Well, and you're right. And part of what I would say is you either need to tell us what the information is that we want to know and turn these materials over, or tell us why not. And I think that's part of clearly your frustration with not only Metro Nashville Police Chief and John Drake and the FBI. Congressman, hold on one sec. We've got to check the roads. It's 7:45. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Today, sunny and highs in the mid-70s. Matter of fact, we've got sunny skies through Wednesday, possible rain on Thursday and Friday. Right now, it is 51 degrees, I believe, at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, along with Michael Patrick Leahy, Tennessee Star Report, first edition on Nashville's Morning News. Congressman John Rose is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline, and we're talking about this story that broke on the Tennessee Star Report, TennesseeStar.com. And Congressman, you've now really calling out Metro Nashville Police Chief John Drake because they simply, just like the FBI, simply will not respond to your request to turn over the 20 journals, the manifestos, the laptops, and all these other things that are part of the base of evidence with this horrendous crime shooting that happened at Covenant. One of the things that I find fascinating about all of this is that lawyers for the parents of the kids that were killed, they don't want these materials released, saying that, quote, no good can come from the release. Now, I disagree with them vehemently. How do you, though, respond to those parents, Congressman?
Well, I understand that, we all are just speculating what is among the materials, what information, what insights are among the materials that we're talking about. And I think that just underscores the failure of the police chief in terms of giving us clarity about that. And my supposition is that the parents probably don't have a complete picture about that either. I find myself, and certainly our state legislators, local legislators, find themselves in the position of being called on to take steps to remediate, perhaps, or to deter or prevent future similar incidents like this. And it's really unreasonable to try to solve those problems if you can't understand what led to this problem and where things might have been missed here. And so I think there is a public interest. I think the chief is really, I think he's really saying, oh, well, to me, and and just basically turning up his nose at me and the constituents that I represent, more importantly. And we need to have that information, or we need to have, at the very least, greater clarity about why there is a hesitancy to put this information out. And it leads to speculation, and I won't speculate here, but the end result is that we all are forced to then speculate about what ulterior motives may exist. And of course, I'm very familiar trying to get information from government officials. That we run through this problem all the time at the federal level. And, oftentimes at the federal level, we at least get heavily redacted information wherein they take away the information that they believe might be too sensitive to trust in the hands of the public. We haven't even seen that here, and I'm not inviting that because I don't think that would be necessarily helpful, but I think that is at least one of the ways forward here. Is if there is some information that would be inappropriate in the hands of the public, then perhaps that information should be redacted in some way. But not responding, I think, is unacceptable.
Congressman Rose, Michael Patrick Leahy with the Tennessee Star. I think on the basis of state law, you're in sound ground there, asking Metro Nashville Police Chief John Drake to release these Covenant School shooting documents. John, the police chief has a boss. His name is Freddie O'Connell. He's the mayor. Do you intend to send a similar letter to his boss, Freddie O'Connell?
I think so. Obviously we have a new mayor. He's new to the job, but I think the mayor, obviously has a responsibility to the public that elected him to represent them. And as you say, the chief reports to the mayor, as I understand it. And so it does seem that if the police chief is going to refuse to do his job, that we should call on the mayor. I know this is, the litigation is ongoing. However, it seems to me that this is a judgment that the police chief and his superiors could make.
All right. It's 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Congressman Rose, thank you very much for what you're doing. I believe in what you're doing, and good luck. Please keep us updated, okay?
Absolutely, and thank you for the efforts that you all are making on this issue, and Michael Patrick for pursuing the legal avenue to compel this information come into the public domain where it belongs.
All right. Thank you very much again, and look forward to talking to you again soon. 7:52. Well, I guess that's it. That flew by, didn't it? Boy, the first edition of the Tennessee Star Report on Nashville's Morning News and WTN.
And we're going to break news tomorrow here also. And by the way, a lot of that news is coming from some of the call-ins to your host. We'll have one of those stories tomorrow.
Yes, that's going to be a big story. Thank you, sir. We'll talk to you again tomorrow at this very same time. TennesseeStar.com, Supertalk 99.7 WTN. It is 7:53. Want to check in with Ken Weaver. Ken, what's coming up in the news at 8?
Well, you might not believe how much of Tennessee is actually under a high wildfire risk. And this past weekend is kind of an indication of what could happen if people are not adhering to these warnings that have been out. We've got America's top diplomat on a mission in the Middle East to prevent a world war. And there's a call for action at a high school where at least one boy was making nude photos of his female classmates with AI. We'll tell you about it at 8 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. And by the way, coming up at 8:05, going to speak to a wife of a jailed January 6er, Sarah Maccabee. Now, her husband is Ronald Maccabee. And she has an incredible story to tell as her husband continues to, frankly, rot in jail. We'll talk about that straight ahead on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Friends, the weather is going to be changing. The air is going to be getting colder. Do your windows open properly? Do they stay opened? Do they close properly? Now, if not, you need new windows from my friends at Window Nation. And right now, they've got a great deal going on just for listeners to my program. Listen to this. You get 0% interest for 5 years. You buy 2 windows, you get 2 free. There is no limit. Now, that's a lot of free windows. You can save thousands of dollars on your new windows and your energy bills, all the while upgrading the look and the feel of your home. That phone number is 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. for windownation.com. Save money on your energy bills. Save money on your new windows. Heck, get a whole bunch of free windows at that. Get 0% interest for 5 years. You buy two, get two free from Window Nation. You can save thousands on your new windows. Again, your energy bills, all the while upgrading the look and feel of your home. That phone number is 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the things you hear me talk about frequently on my radio show that has been going for over 20 years in the Nashville market is that annuity sales are not necessarily a great thing for the end investor. Now, if you go to an investment firm, a lot of times you'll get that. The first thing that they recommend, an annuity. Banks and investment firms recommend these for one really good reason. And many times that reason isn't the best thing for you. It's commissions. It's a huge moneymaker for the investing industry. This is why I think it's so important that when you work with an investment advisor, that they not be paid on commission. It creates a huge conflict because it creates an incentive to sell you things that may not be in your best interest. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. We don't do anything on commissions. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
$7:57, Nashville's morning news on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. By the way, that entire interview with John Rose and Michael Patrick Leahy, you will find that on the socials for WTN and TennesseeStar.com. Great interview with Congressman John Rose. Some manifesto breaking news here on WTN. Okay, coming up next, again, going to speak to the wife of a jailed January 6er. Her name is Sarah Maccabee. Her husband is Ronald Maccabee, and just an amazing story to tell. And you're going to hear it coming up next on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
8 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now in Tennessee, we could use some rain. The risk of wildfires is high across about 92% of the state. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukavec's been reporting from where Nashville firefighters helped with a brush fire on Gurley Road near the Cheatham County line overnight. Same thing happening elsewhere.
Lawrence County fire crews, they have also been busy. On Sunday, they responded to a brush fire along Railroad Road. And as they were working on that fire, a house about 45 minutes away caught on fire. And all those fires are now under control.
Franklin County officials actually pleading with residents to stop outdoor burning. Crews there responded to 6 brush fires this weekend. Israel-Hamas war, Matt Rivers and America's top diplomat, Secretary Anthony Blinken, on a mission in the Middle East to prevent a wider conflict.
When it comes to humanitarian pauses, we're engaged with the Israelis on the particular practicalities of that. One critical aspect, though, is seeing progress on hostages. That's something we're intensely focused on, but we also believe that a pause could help advance that proposition as well.
Now, the White House calls it a pause, not a ceasefire. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Sunday there will be no ceasefire without the return of the hostages. And right now in Middle Tennessee, 6th District Congressman John Rose is calling out Metro Nashville Police Chief John Drake. Congressman Rose telling WTN's Nashville's Morning News and the Tennessee Star his staff confirmed Chief Drake received his letter in May requesting an explanation for not releasing the Covenant school shooters manifesto and materials, or at least a timeline for when it might be made public. But Congressman Rose can't say why. There is still no response.
I don't know, and not even an explanation. You know, I guess I would have to say at least the FBI, though it took them 5 months, more than 5 months themselves, they did ultimately answer. Their answer was non-responsive. Their letter was non-responsive, essentially, but they did provide us at least at the acknowledgement.
Now, Congressman Rose says the FBI simply referred his office to the chief of police. And this week in Middle Tennessee, Rutherford County Schools will discuss changes to rezoning maps after getting feedback from parents. They'll do that tomorrow at the Board of Education's work session. The board's regular meeting's Thursday. Then next week, that rezoning plan could be finalized. And a call for action at a high school in New Jersey where students are accused of using artificial intelligence to make fake nude photos of their female classmates.
When 14-year-old Francesca Mani was called into the principal's office at Westfield High, she was told a student created fake nude images of her using AI.
So I came home and I told my mom and I told her that we have to do something about this because it isn't fair to the girls and it's just not right.
Francesca's mother says she filed a police report. She says only one male student served a short suspension. There are reportedly at least 30 victims at the school. Experts say fake nude images can be created using existing photos from social media, which are then uploaded to an app that removes clothing using AI.
That's Rhiannon Alley reporting. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street are up. Dow futures up 13, S&P up 5, NASDAQ up 32. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
My name is Shannon Jefferson. I was cross-addicted, crack cocaine, and heroin. I OD'd 4 times. Well, 9 times in all, but in this instance, 4 times in a 2-month period. It's not a second that goes by. It's not somebody that you call or talk to. This program really helped me to get my spiritual man back. It's like I'm a man again. They taught me how to really be a man. You can help. If anybody can help the mission out and save one, that means a big deal. Because it's, for me, it wasn't just helping my life. It affects my whole family. They feed the homeless. They give clothing. Nothing goes to waste. Everything helps when it comes to mission. I mean, words can't describe how much I feel deeply about this mission.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Thank you very much for listening, along with Ken Weaver, Mason Fleming in for Johnny B. Dan Mandis here indeed, and Sarah Maccabee is joining us here in studio. And I've been looking forward to this conversation with you for a long time. I know that people who listen to this radio station, of course, know all about what happened on January 6th. Now, your husband, Ronald Maccabee, has been in jail or prison for how long related to January 6th?
We're going on 27 months.
27 months. I'm going to play an audio bite just to kind of set the stage here from Louis Gohmert, of course, the Texas Congressman Louis Gohmert. And he was talking about your husband's case. Then we're going to get into the details of this because I find the whole thing fascinating.
Despite audio and video evidence showing former Tennessee Sheriff's Deputy Ronald Colton Maccabee did not assault a police officer on the Capitol steps of January 6th, as alleged by prosecutors. If you listen to the audio as you watch the video, you find out he was helping a Capitol policeman who was down. And yet this judge has the audacity to say we're not listening to the audio so he could hear that evidence. Why wouldn't you listen to the evidence?
That is from a video on Rumble that you have put out, and I've watched about 6 or 7 different videos of your husband Ronald Maccabee and what happened during his time January 6th. And so let's just talk a little bit about what happened, because he, of course, at the time you guys lived in
Unionville, correct.
Unionville, okay. So, and then he decided that he was going to go to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. Now, what was your reaction when he told you that you were going?
I actually didn't want him to go simply because he was in a car accident 9 days prior and should have never made it out alive. And so he was injured. And knowing how he is in a large crowd, they talked about the numbers that were going. I didn't want him to go simply because he was injured. However, you know how it is in a marriage. You pick and choose your fights. And he has his rights as an American to air his grievances because he believed that the election was stolen. And he was actually invited by a friend who we now know is working for the federal government.
Now, among the craziness that happened, and this is part of the video, there's 2 things that struck me. Number one is he is right there in the thick of things. He tries to save a woman's life. That's number one. And to me, it looks like he is trying to save a police officer's life as well. And just to sort of describe how this was, he's right there at the entrance to the Capitol building. A police officer is down on the ground, and the crowd is trying to pull this officer into the crowd. And your husband, Ronald Maccabee, is standing over the crowd trying to protect this police officer. And he's taking all kinds of hits, and people are just going crazy. And it seems to me like your husband saved this police officer's life. It's a Washington, D.C. police officer. And he even the police officer thanked your husband for basically saving him from being pulled into the crowd. Yet somehow he is being charged with assaulting a police officer, resisting or impeding officers, civil disorder, and other charges relating to all of this violence. How did he go from what seems to me to be like a hero to 21 months in prison so far and all of these charges?
Because of the media and the narrative that's being pushed on January 6th, we sat in trial. He's been not only charged with these, he's been convicted by a D.C. jury on these charges, every single charge. And you sit there and you watch the video as any person would. And that's why Louis Gohmert says, turn on the audio, because he's talking to these police officers saying, I'm helping you. I know how to do it. Stop hitting this woman. They thank him at the end. They even say at one point at the very end, the one officer puts his arm around him and says, I got you, man.
Yeah.
And yet now he is made out to be this monster of a person that he's not. And so that's why, I've used every ounce of my being for the last 2.5 years to prove his innocence.
Now, in that video, at least to me, it does show that he was trying to help this officer, was trying to save this officer. But at the same time, and folks, I just tweeted out the video that we speak of. I'm on Twitter at Dan Mandis Show. And the video, at least to me, shows a couple things. One, yes, he was trying to save the officer. Number two is that you have all of these other police officers that perhaps don't understand what he's trying to do, because they're sort of going after him as well. And he's just trying to like sort of fight back. And while he's trying to help the officer on the ground. And is that where those charges come from?
So one of the charges does stem from that. Yes, there were two officers that he has been charged with assault. The one officer that's on the ground, Andrew Waite, and then the officer that comes up and strikes him first, Carter Moore. That is an assault charge simply because Maccabee was struck first by Moore, and he threw his hands up in an open form fashion and shoved him away. And so technically, yes, that's an assault, but anybody would react to that situation. I'm actually surprised it wasn't worse, because he was hit with a baton across the ribs and the shoulder, and all he did was shove him away. And when he's shoving him away, he says, "I am helping. I am one of you."
And he did admit to assaulting a police officer, among other things. And was that sort of a plea agreement?
It was no agreement. He would not take a plea agreement from the government. And so he just simply went in before trial and said, "I will admit to the things that I did. I'm a police officer. I know that technically falls under assault, even though it is a reaction."
He was a Williamson County Sheriff's deputy.
Correct.
And so I think, is that part of why he ended up like in the middle of the scrum? And again, go see the video on my Twitter feed at Dan Mandis Show. When he called you, after all of this was going on, I believe that he'd been pepper sprayed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had been through hell and back.
He had been hit, too, by a baton in the head. His head was cracked open.
And I think he says that during the video that he believes that he broke his shoulder as well.
His shoulder was broken.
And
yes.
you can hear, and I feel like I'm going back to this, because when I saw the video, it is so at least evident to me that he was trying to help this police officer. Louis Gohmert, the congressman, I just played the audio from him, and he sees it too. It does feel like there's a bit of a travesty of justice going on. And he has been sitting in, they held him on pretrial.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been, how long was he in, was it prison or jail? But how long was it before he actually faced any charges?
So they charged him immediately on an indictment, but he waited 26 months to go to trial.
26 months? That is crazy. And talk about the conditions, because the conditions, we've heard about these conditions, and they're really bad. Hold on. We're going to check traffic real quick, and then we're going to talk about the conditions that your husband is being held in. It is 8:15, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. Sunny skies today, highs in the 70s, 56 now. No rain in the forecast until maybe Thursday or Friday. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. In studio with me, Sarah Maccabee. She is the wife of Ronald Maccabee, who is being held in federal prison for his actions on January 6th. Go see the video. I tweeted it out at Dan Mandis Show. It does look to me, and I'm sorry if you're just joining us, but it does look to me like Ronald Maccabee is being unfairly held. But let's talk about the conditions that he's being held in, because these conditions have been described as horrific.
They have been, and basically they have been in solitary confinement for however long that they have been incarcerated. They were on originally 23-1, meaning they were in their cells 23 hours a day, out 1 hour to make one phone call in a shower, back into their cells. And solitary confinement has been deemed as punishment. And you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty in an America court of law, and there is no justice in America right now. The food has been terrible. They have rodents rodents and rats. They have bed bugs, they have cockroaches, everything you wouldn't want. Now, we don't expect the system to treat them like it's the Four Seasons, but they certainly should be treated as humans. They have rights as Americans. Their civil and constitutional rights have been violated. He actually was assaulted by a guard in the DC, what we call the DC Gulag, in September of 2022. Because he simply wasn't wearing a COVID mask while taking oral medication. And so they pepper sprayed him in his face 1 inch away from his eye, handcuffed him, threw him on the ground, and pepper sprayed him again, and then threw him into a hot shower. And he said, the only way I can explain it is you have a sunburn and you jump into a hot tub. And then they put him in cells that had no TV footage, security footage. And so their way of taking care of that was kicking him out of the facility. And he has been in 6 different facilities, transported 7 different times while on pretrial. And if you look up what diesel therapy is, it is a form of punishment in America. And it's just you don't know where your loved one is. They have to restart every single time. It is a financial burden. It's an emotional burden. And to say what these families have been through, there is just nothing to compare. You just have never heard of this in America.
It sounds incredibly painful, obviously, for Ronald and also for you as well. He went for January 6th, and a lot of people on the left say that Donald Trump inspired and I'm air quoting here, the insurrection on January 6th. Where does Ronald lie on all of that? Was he inspired by Donald Trump? Did he go there thinking there might be trouble? What was his state of mind?
So actually, a friend at the time invited him, who we now know is working with the government, and he had been to previous rallies, the November and the December rally, and so told him, sometimes there are counter-protesters that come out, so you just need to protect yourself. And so that's where anything that he, is what he had wore that day came from, was this, who we now know was an informant. And so he just went because he believed the election was stolen and he has a right to air his grievances with the government. He never thought that things were going to turn out the way that they did. And, going through the video footage, hearing his testimony while we were in court, it was just a normal day. And they were led to believe that there were going to be other rallies that were happening at the Capitol because there were permits for these rallies to happen. But by the time they had got there, the Capitol was already breached. Now, he never went inside. He was just at the Lower West Terrace Tunnel. And I truly believe that he would have taken those actions, whether they were at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. or at the Capitol in Nashville, because that's what he was trained to do. He was trained to jump into action. And so he stood there for a very long time, up to 45 minutes without doing anything because there wasn't any immediate danger. But when he saw that there was a police officer on the ground, he had just witnessed another officer being pulled into the crowd successfully. He saw this officer lying down and was helpless, and so he jumped in to help. And that's when basically all hell broke loose.
So what are you hoping to accomplish? Now, and just so folks know, this is such a small part of the story. Chris Hand is actually going to, after the news at 9, going to do a much more in-depth interview with Sarah Maccabee, wife of Ronald Maccabee, being held in the Washington, D.C. gulags. Chris is going to do more of an in-depth look at what you've been through, what Ronald is going through. What are you looking to or hoping to accomplish with my interview or Chris's interview or some of the other media outlets that you've gone to? What's your ultimate goal? Obviously, to free Ronald.
To bring awareness, that letting people know that this is happening to their own. There's so many people in the Nashville area that they don't know that one of their own is being held in the way that they are being treated, especially a Williamson County deputy that served as a law enforcement officer for 7 years, was welcomed back to any agency. Those agencies haven't stood up and said, this was a good man. They are not allowed to talk to me. They are not allowed to talk to the case. They're not even allowed to talk about it amongst their own peers.
It's almost like the deck is stacked against him.
It is. It absolutely is. That's what I have been fighting for the last 2.5 years, is to say that this is an innocent man. Anybody that looks, this is the video evidence in the video that you posted. That is the evidence that they used against him in trial. And they even had the audio turned on where the prosecutor, after trial was concluded, was speaking to our attorney and said, this is the first time I've ever heard the audio of where he said that he was helping. Either they're lying through their teeth or they are simply puppets. And, that's what happened when these officers took the stand. is the prosecution walked them through the video, and they could not even admit that they heard him say, even if it was played over and over again, they couldn't even admit them hearing him say, "I'm helping you."
How's Ronald holding up?
One day at a time. I just got off the phone with him this morning before I came in here, and they are denying him his food tray. And so I was on the phone with the jail before I had walked in, trying to figure out what was going on, why they wouldn't get supervisors in. So when I say it's one day at a time, they're not only fighting for their innocence, for justice, they are fighting to be treated like human beings.
You've got to see the video, folks, at Dan Mandis Show on Twitter. Sarah Maccabee, the wife of Ronald Maccabee, and you're going to hear more of this story coming up with Chris Hand after the news at 9. Thank you for spending a few minutes with me.
Thank you.
And looking forward to hearing the rest of the story coming up. It is 8:50, I should say 8:23. Time to check the news headlines with Ken Weaver. Ken, what's coming up at 8:30?
Well, Tennessee is a tinderbox, and we'll give you some examples, live reporting from some brush fires near Nashville. America's top diplomat is in the Middle East talking to Israel and allies, also Israel's enemies. 30,000 pounds of chicken nuggets are being recalled, and baristas getting a raise. These stories and more at 8:30 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Ken, what did you say about chicken nuggets?
Whole bunch of them are getting recalled.
Uh-oh. Now, is that McNuggets, like from McDonald's?
Well, bite into one and see what you find. Not necessarily from McDonald's.
Okay. Well, we'll look forward to that at 8.
Actually, I wouldn't bite into one if I were you.
No? Okay. Well,
I'd wait until you hear the news at 8:30 to determine what to do about your chicken nuggets.
And that is exactly what we'll do. Ken Weaver coming up with the news. It is 8:24 on Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
My name is Shannon Jefferson. I was cross-addicted, crack cocaine and heroin. I OD'd 4 times. Well, 9 times in all, but in this instance, 4 times in a 2-month period. It's not a second that goes by. It's not somebody that you call or talk to. This program really helped me to get my spiritual man back. It's like I'm a man again. They taught me how to really be a man. You can help. If anybody can help the missing out and save one, that means a big deal. Because for me, it wasn't just helping my life, it affects my whole family. They feed the homeless, they give clothing, nothing goes to waste. Everything helps when it comes to mission. I mean, words can't describe how much I feel deeply about this mission.
Thank you very much, Zero Res. Listen, they provide you with insanely clean carpets. No one can clean like Zero Res because only Zero Res cleans using Zero Res ZR Clean. No soap, no residue, and no harsh chemicals. Now, Zero Res ZR Clean technology cleans your surfaces without the use of detergents or harsh chemicals, which means your carpet stays cleaner longer, unlike other carpet cleaning companies. Basically, folks, no soap, no residue, soft, fluffy carpets that does indeed stay clean longer. You want to check these folks out at Zero Res. And by the way, right now, 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $119 plus if you make a donation of canned food at a time of service. You get a 4th room of carpet cleaned absolutely free. So you donate a canned good, they're going to give you a free cleaning of a fourth room, only from my friends at Zero Res. Also, by the way, you also get that $50 off of air duct cleaning as well. By the way, those canned goods, they benefit the Second Harvest Food Bank of Middle Tennessee. Call them today. Restrictions may apply. Call them today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. Book online at ZeroResNashville.com.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now in Tennessee, we could use some rain, maybe a lot of rain. The risk for wildfire is high right now. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac reports from where fire crews were busy overnight near the Cheatham County line.
I've been out here since 4:15 this morning. I've seen multiple Nashville fire officials making their rounds, keeping an eye on the fire just down the road over here. This is Gurley Road where the fire started. And just hours ago, there was a massive fire back here behind me.
Grew to about 3 acres and was contained. Right now, numbers show 92% of the state is in a drought. 40% of the state is in extreme drought conditions. That includes Middle Tennessee. Israel-Hamas war. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has been meeting with leaders across the Middle East over the weekend.
We're working very hard to make sure that the conflict in Gaza does not escalate, does not spread to other places.
Yeah, he made an unannounced stop in the West Bank to speak with Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas yesterday. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Investors are headed back to the trading floor cautiously optimistic after last week's advances. Before the opening bell this morning, Dow futures were fractionally higher. The Nasdaq Composite and the S&P 500 were poised to gain about 0.1% each. The Dow Jones went into the weekend at 34,061. That's a 5% gain on the week. The S&P 500 on Friday added nearly 1%. The Nasdaq Composite picked up 1.4%. Tyson is recalling 30,000 pounds of its dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets. Some consumers complained that they had found bits of metal in that product. The problem was found in 29-ounce packages produced in early September. On the coffee front, Starbucks plans to raise the hourly pay of its workers by about 3% starting early next year. Currently, Starbucks baristas earn $15 to $24 per hour, $27 per hour if you take benefits into account.
All right, we're 2 minutes into the trading day, and right now it's all green on the screen. Dow is up 91, S&P's up 13, NASDAQ up 55. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. Well, winter is on the way. Now, you can't tell from this week, but we may be getting some snow in the near future. Ice and power outages as well. You never really know. The question is, are you ready? Dan Mandis here from my friends at Cove Generators. Now, they are experts in keeping your power on and your family safe. Now, you need to be prepared this winter with a Generac home standby generator, the best generators around to keep your heat on, even if your power goes out. Now, Cove Generators are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer. Call them today and, yes, be prepared for winter. At Cove Generators, all they do is generators, so they know what they're doing, and they do it at a fair price and great customer service. Now, if you've already got a generator, call them to perform maintenance on your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand generator you own. Find them online. It is covegenerators.com, and never lose power again. That phone number is 931-559-3311. 931-559-3311 for Cove Generators. Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. covegenerators.com.
My name is Shannon Jefferson. I was cross-addicted, crack cocaine, and heroin. I OD'd 4 times. Well, 9 times in all, but in this instance,
I wanted to touch on the history of Tethered and kind of how it came about.
There was a handful of us that were already using similar equipment. At the time, however, you couldn't just go to the store and buy saddle equipment. It just didn't exist. And selfishly, we just were making gear that nobody else would make for us and that we wanted ourselves. And our goal was just to make enough to break even. Fortunately for everybody involved, it took off. It's got an appeal. People really liked it.
When you think of a saddle, that's what I think of. That's the first name that I think of when I hear about a saddle.
For me, the reason I got into it was I'm hunting public land, and most of the time I'm going pretty deep. Being lightweight and mobile was huge. I walk in with a pack and my bow. That's it. The more I did it, I was like, man, there's so many features here that are helping me improve as a hunter, where I can take different shot angles and stuff. And I'm going to tell you, I feel safe with this rope all the time.
Yeah.
From the ground up, I'm hooked in. If I fall off this thing, I'm just going to swing a little bit. And I think the learning curve is small. It's just about getting comfortable with your equipment. It's the biggest thing. And for me, it's repetition and then fine-tuning that to meet my needs. And that's the cool thing. What I like and what might meet my needs might be a little different from you. And even though we're doing the same thing, you can tweak it to meet your needs. And I really like that aspect about it.
But we've done a really good job of just innovating and creating products that don't exist. You're seeing the growth of the sport. You're seeing the innovation. And you're seeing all of these cool things that we make, and it's because we actually use it.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Dan Mandis here. Question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies will not pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they're going to pay full replacement costs. So whether you have to replace a 20-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. King & Associates Insurance. If you need new insurance, this is the company you need to call. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around, and this is the company that I recommend. 615-329-8121. Get your royal review at tkinginsurance.com. 615-329-8121. .840, Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of four amigos. I don't, Mason, are you going to participate this time?
I talked last time.
All right, so gang of four amigos.
Don't do that to me.
Mason's here, Ken's here, Johnny's out today, Chris Hand is here as well, and I'm Dan. How are you?
Hello. Good morning, boys. Yeah.
Hey.
I have been so discombobulated all day. You know why, Chris?
Why?
You know why, Mason?
Why?
You know why, Ken?
Tell me why, Brother Dan.
This is why.
Oh.
Can you people see this? My big clock is still set at whatever it is, an hour ahead.
It's the magical time of year where your radio in your car either starts working or you got 6 months of doing math.
That's exactly right. And I spent 5 minutes trying to figure out how to change this darn clock.
Yeah.
And I couldn't figure it out. And by the way, a few people listening on the radio, I'm holding the big digital clock in my right hand.
Just reboot it.
I don't know how to reboot it. That's the thing. I spent 5 minutes trying to do this.
Hit it against the microphone again.
Take a shot.
So anyway, that's why I've been off all day. And apparently somehow, I don't know how this happened, but apparently I'm being accused of, by some of the super texters, of accidentally dropping the S-bomb on the air.
Really?
Yeah.
Ken, did you hear that? I don't think I did. I think I
didn't hear it.
I think I may have, because it's been a very busy day.
Yeah.
I think I may have slurred a couple of words together.
Oh, yeah.
But listen,
that sounds about right.
I'm doing my best Joe Biden. That's what it is. I try. So apparently somehow I just did something.
You got to be careful. Got to be careful with that, Brother Dan Mandis.
I know. Anyways.
Those S's and H's together.
Yeah, you got to be careful of that stuff, man. Let me tell you. I have never been so proud. There's so many reasons why I'm proud of my bonus kid, Riker. So you can check out, Chris, we had, and Ken, we had the big birthday party over at the house over the weekend.
It looked like it was a good time.
You know what? It was Amy does such a good job with the birthday parties. We had a big zombie, like, inflatable thing where
I saw the pics on the gram.
Did you see the pics? I did. I posted it on the gram. I'm trying to be more like Chris. Anyway, so did you see the one photo? Do you know what that boy wanted for his birthday? American flags.
Ooh, based.
He wanted American flags for his birthday. I was like, seriously? And it all fits a pattern with young Riker. Because do you know what, I think, I haven't mentioned this on the air, but off the air, I think you and I talked about it. Do you know what he is doing in his room, Ken and Mason and Chris? That boy is spending hours and hours in his room listening to the national anthem.
I love it.
Interesting.
It is I don't want to say it's weird. I'm very proud of him. It's just, and we've been indoctrinating him appropriately so. We're all conservatives in the house. But, I mean, it's just.
He likes it.
He listens to it on a loop.
Yeah.
And it's great.
Who's his go-to for singing it?
It's the instrumental.
Oh, nice.
It's like the instrumental.
I was going to say, is it Fergie from that one performance at the Super Bowl?
No, it's not Fergie.
He'd be watching the YouTube videos for a different reason if that was the case.
Yeah.
No, that comes later. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're raising a true American, a great American.
God bless him.
God bless him. That's exactly right. So and the birthday party itself was a lot of fun. We had a great time. Also, by the way, you would have been proud, Chris, and I already told Mason and Ken this, as my first segment in the 5. My hands, I was so I don't know what the heck I was talking about, but I was just a little animated. I was, and my tiny little Marco hands was banging the microphone, and had to be at least 3 or 4 times. I fire off this email to the engineering staff, and I said, I will actually pay for the proper microphone arms. I said, I'll pay for it because I can't handle all day today. I don't know what it is, but I've just been knocking the heck out of the microphone.
What happens if we get the new microphone arms and then you still continually hit the microphone?
You know that's going to happen, right?
Inevitably,
you know that's going to happen.
First 5 minutes with the new ones.
So I did tell the fine engineering staff that I would go ahead and pay for them myself, or maybe come up with a GoFundMe account for the radio station. So the $100 for the 5 or 6 little microphone stand things.
Put your Venmo or Cash App on Twitter. See if people will donate there.
Yes, that's exactly what I could do. You can find me on Venmo. Anyway, whatever. So Chris,
on the Mo.
On the Mo.
Yeah, the Mo.
Message me on the Ven.
Okay, moving right along. You brought some audio, Chris.
I did. All right. So I always say that there's too many groups under the progressive umbrella. And it was on full display at the pro-Palestinian rallies all over the place over the weekend. So in this clip, there are 3 factions. There's a conservative Christian who is wearing a sign that's saying, trans surgeries for kids are not okay.
Okay.
Then there's an Antifa member. Okay. Mm-hmm. And the Antifa member tries to recruit the support of the Palestinian, rally goers.
That's a pretty easy recruit for an Antifa member and a pro-Hamas person.
And he says, hey, can you believe this guy? He thinks that kids shouldn't be able to transition. And I'll let you see what happens next.
This guy is trying to propagate anti-LGBTQ propaganda. He's trying to tell children that they are not allowed to be trans.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not. Stop your mum, bro. No. Black nail polish on is a man, bro. Stop talking. Stop talking. Some religions, you can't do that.
He said, come on, bro. You got black nail polish on and you're a man. Stop talking.
Some religions accept that, but in our religion, you can't do that. So we don't agree with your faith. Thank you.
Wow.
What religion are you? What religion are you? Catholic. What are you then? What do you even identify yourself as something, my bro? What do you identify as? Go on.
Little coward
What do you
wearing his
identify
mask. He
as?
doesn't have a religion.
What do you identify
He just
yourself
wants to
as?
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have Listen. Where you from? No, wait, what do you identify yourself as? Yeah, you identify yourself as.
And then he runs away.
Did he run away?
He ran away.
Black nail polish and all?
Yep. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, apparently, in some cases.
I'll tell you what. 100,000 people out there outside of the White House. Do you think that this is going to be, hate to go serious, but I would be interested in your opinion on this. So for the most part, Republicans seem firmly on Israel's side.
Yeah.
There is a divide amongst the Democrats and the left as to whether or not they should support Israel or Hamas in all of this. Joe Biden is out there trying to say, well, I'm trying to prod Bibi Netanyahu for a ceasefire. Netanyahu is saying, no way. And you got 100,000, people, and some various Democrat groups that I've spoken about before that are saying, Joe Biden, we will make sure that you lose the election if you don't force a ceasefire. The Democrats, they are an absolute mess on all of this.
They are completely eating themselves. But I will say, and I don't know if you've noticed this, I feel like there's some competing arguments in the conservative party too, where not so much Israel versus Palestine, but Israel versus America. Like, do we want to get into another forever war overseas? And Tucker Carlson was saying this on a podcast with Theo Von. America's getting worse every single day, and we are not doing anything to fix that. And it seems silly to be worried about another nation sometimes when our streets are falling apart.
Oh, we'll come back to that at some point. Talk about the manifesto. 1193 has just said Steven Crowder.
So Steven Crowder is going to have an exclusive on the Nashville manifesto. It's going to be parts of it, they're saying, is leaking today.
So the manifesto is going to leak today.
Some of it.
Interesting.
Some of it.
Okay.
And as soon as it does, we'll have it on the Chris Hand Show.
This is what I love about being live and local. 5 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Amen.
There's no tape delay. There's no nothing. I mean, we are live, and the second that starts to leak, Chris Hand will have it, or Matt Murphy will have it, or Brian Wilson will have it this afternoon at 3, because that's huge.
So who all has this information right now? I know Metro Police does.
Well, the FBI has it. Metro
does.
Police have it. I wonder if the school has it or some of it. I don't know.
Covenant School?
If Covenant School has some of it. I don't know about that.
Well, the parents.
The first places I'm seeing it is from Jack Posobiec, Alex Jones, and Steven Crowder. Those are the three people.
Say what you will about Alex Jones, but Posobiec, like him.
Yep.
Well, out of those three.
But I'm trying to figure out where this leak would come from. The FBI has it. Metro Police has it.
Where would the leak come from?
Yes.
Ken brings up a great question. So who leaked it? You know what I'd be willing to bet?
I mean, we're probably not going to know, but I'm just wondering from who has this information.
I think it would be
now.
one of the. I personally, I think it may be a police officer.
That's where I would put my money on. That's probably who are the most conservative out of those groups.
That's a good point.
You know, rank and file guys are probably sick of it.
Well, remember, we don't yet know what form this leak is going to come out in, because I remember all the information afterward there are text messages between police officers and their supervisors after this thing.
Yep.
So, I mean, the leak could be that. I mean, this is interesting.
Well, we're talking
I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hard drives and files and, written notebooks and, all those kinds of things, especially including the manifesto. So this is going to be very big news, especially for Nashville. We will keep you updated. Chris, what is coming up after the news at 9?
Well, we are going to be talking with Sarah Maccabee, a wife of a political prisoner in the D.C. gulags, for his participation in January 6th. We're gonna go in depth with her and kind of go from start when he decided to go to the rally to where we are today. Plus, we'll be keeping our eyes on this breaking news with the manifesto. We also have tons of audio and commentary on the insurrection Palestinian style that happened over the weekend in D.C., plus the new poll numbers for Donald Trump.
Oh, man.
My gosh.
Yep. You want to have some fun, too, by the way, is play. I don't know if you have Chris Christie's audio.
Oh, I have
where
it.
Okay, of course you do.
I do.
All right, very good.
Chris Christie.
You know what? At this point, you say the name Chris Christie, you just start laughing.
I said it a while ago. He's been my favorite conservative running that's not named Trump because his entertainment value is so high.
There is some entertainment value there with Chris Christie. And so, and my favorite part, I don't know if you caught the show on the way in, but, where he says, listen to me. And then you can, completely disregard what I have to say. And my whole thing is, well, look at the polling. Clearly, people have disregarded Chris Christie, what you have to say.
Well, and I like how he acts like he has something serious to say when he's the same guy that said Donald Duck on the debate stage. Like, okay, dude.
Yeah, that's very true. All righty. 8:53. Ken was coming up in the news at 9.
Well, you guys kind of touched on it, but there are some troubling signs for the man in the White House right now with all this new polling coming out. We'll go over some of those numbers for you. Former President Trump is back at a New York City courthouse today. That is going to be rather lively. And right now in Nashville, it's been at least 8 months since the deadly Covenant school shooting, and Metro Police Chief John Drake hasn't even responded to letters requesting an explanation for why we don't have the manifesto. We'll tell you about that at 9 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. When I tell you about my friends at Stoltz Co., listen, more and more Tennesseans are discovering Stoltz Co., especially if they need a pole barn. Now, what is a pole barn? A pole barn is anything you want it to be. It can be a classic tool and work barn. It can be a garage. It can be a place to live. A pole barn is practical, efficient, and flexible. And a pole barn from Stoltz Co. is going to stand the test of time. Now, what I would recommend that you do, and I recommend this highly, go to their website. It is stoltzco.com, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. You can also find them on the Gram or Facebook. And check out their handiwork because they've got great pole barns. You've got to check them out. Stoltz Co., where quality workmanship and great customer service is affordable. Call them and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Check them out, 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992 for Stoltz Co.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the things you hear me talk about frequently on my radio show that has been going for over 20 years in the Nashville market is that annuity sales are not necessarily a great thing for the end investor. Now, if you go to an investment firm, a lot of times you'll get that. The first thing that they recommend, an annuity. Banks and investment firms recommend these for one really good reason. And many times that reason isn't the best thing for you. It's commissions. It's a huge moneymaker for the investing industry. This is why I think it's so important that when you work with an investment advisor, that they not be paid on commission. It creates a huge conflict because it creates an incentive to sell you things that may not be in your best interest. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. We don't do anything on commissions. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
Mr. Trump